Good morning, guys. Let's get started. Good morning, good morning. Let's take this off. Get started. Okay, how's everyone this morning? Days are long, right? Okay, let's get started, guys. Just for information that my big screen is recording the lecture. On your best behavior. that records the lecture. Okay. Today, guys, just a plan of what we're going to do today. So I'm going to touch on that one example from chapter 5, which we ended off yesterday afternoon with. Then we'll move on to chapter 6 and 7, etc. What my plan is, what I did last year as well, I'll finish a little bit earlier today, so you guys can go home and study for tomorrow's test. But before I let you go this afternoon as well, I'll spend some time about the test, so you can focus on the areas that are important for tomorrow's test. But then, like I said, we'll finish a little bit earlier today, so you can prepare, but then just bear in mind that tomorrow, we might, depending how we go tomorrow, we might go a little bit longer. But if you are happy with that, everyone in agreement with that? Yes. So finish a little bit earlier, so you got extra time to go and prepare for tomorrow morning's test. Remember, guys, test 8:10 tomorrow morning. But then we'll see how it goes tomorrow. But maybe in case we do run a bit behind, we might go a little bit longer. When I say a little bit longer, I'm only talking like half an hour or so longer. I'm not talking 2-3 hours later, so I said, I'm not talking that. Okay. Everyone in agreement with that? Yes, sir. Do I have general consensus? Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, guys, before I get started, before we get stuck into it, just want to reiterate again about the financial calculator. So just a couple of things that I know I've seen the past students that forget, understandably so if you haven't used it a lot. So remember, specifically for the sharp calculator, you always try and reset your calculator because it does store memory. Okay? The reset button is back to the calculator. For those of you with the HP calculator, it's just that bold, the shift clear all. The shift C all. Okay, for the HP calculator. When it comes to the rounding, I don't want any issues. In the tests and exams, as mentioned yesterday, I'm always going to ask you in a test or exam situation, always round off the final answer to 2 decimal places. So I'm always going to ask you 2 decimal places. So I was thinking about it last night. I don't want to give you guys very confusion. Make sure that your calculator is not rounding off. Like mine was, for example, yesterday, rounding off to the nearest whole number. So my suggestion to you would be to use all the decimal places. There are 9 of them. Okay, then you can manually round it off. So for example, if you press your calculator, you've got a sharp calculator, you press setup button, you press 0 twice, then you'll see it says there digits 0 to 9. That asks how many you want to how many decimals you want. I suggest you say 9. As you can see, there's a lot of zeros on my calculator. A lot of zeros. Then I will physically round it off myself to 2 decimal places. Okay. That's just a suggestion. You don't have to do it. If you're happy how you're comfortable working your own way, you're comfortable how to get to 2 decimal places, then I have no problem with that. Okay? Just giving you an example. Okay. So guys, look at there was a question at the end of chapter 5. We've done chapter 5, but I just want to spend some time on this one. I want you to look at last night. You guys managed to do this example? Yes and no, yes. Did you manage to do this example? Yes. I have to work it out. I have to work it out. Then I'll give you the answer. Okay, let's work it out together. For those of you that get it right, well done. For those of you who didn't get it right, no problem. The tricky one, it says here, let's read the question together. It says, suppose you want to buy a new house. You currently have 85,000 Rand, and you figure you need to have a 10% down payment plus an additional 5% in closing costs. This is an American textbook. Down payment is what we call deposit in South Africa. Closing costs what we call transfer duty in South Africa. If the type of house you want costs 850,000 Rand and you can earn 7% per year, how long will it be before you have enough money for the down payment and closing costs? I'll repeat that last part. How long will it be before you have enough money for the down payment and the closing costs? Okay, so let's write down. That's why I love these time value of money examples and questions, because I'm giving you all the information. So let's write down what I'm giving you. Okay, so we know we have to look for present value, we have to look for I for interest rate, we have to look for N for our period. Okay, so what is my present value? We all agree? Yes. So it tells you currently have 85,000 Rand. So present value. Okay, great. What's my interest rate? What's my I? 7%. It says you can earn 7% per year. Cool. Remember what I said yesterday? The quoted rate. We're going to touch on it later in chapter 6 as well, what we call the difference between nominal interest rates and effective annual rates. But the quoted rate is always a yearly rate. Eh? So even if I didn't say per year, you know it's 7% per year. Okay. Those without saying. The quoted rate is for an annual interest rate. Okay, so I said, what is N? We don't know. It says there, how long will it be before you have enough money? So how long? They want to know the time periods. We don't know what N is. We need a software. Okay, but I need to give you one more variable in order for you to work it out. I need to give you the future value. Not so? What is the future value? 850,000. Who says 850,000? Don't worry. Most people would get it would say that. That's why I read it twice for you guys. I'm going to read it a third time. This one, yes. How long will it be before you have enough money for the down payment and the closing costs? The house costs 850. It's not asking how long you need to get 850,000. They're asking how long will it be before you have enough money for the down payment and the closing costs, not for the purchase price of the house. You read very carefully. Okay, so we need to work out how much will my down payment and my closing cost be. Let's work it out quickly. So we know that my down payment is 10% and my closing cost is 5%. So effectively that's 15%. The 10 plus the 5. So 850,000 times 15%. That would be my future value. So 850,000 times 0.15 or 15%, 127,500. So that is my future value. So now I want to know is how long will it take for my present value of the 85,000 Rand, which I currently have, how long will it take for my 85,000 Rand to become 127,500. You want to see that? He's not asking you how long it takes to you can have 850,000 rand. No. How long will it take your 85,000 which you have right now to become 127,500 so you can put that as deposit onto your 850,000 rand house that you want to buy? Okay. So now you can put in the calculator and solve for N. Let's have a look here. 85,000 present value, 7i, 127,500 future value, and we've got to compute N. Over here. We'll get to 5.9. 5.9, we're talking years now, so let's make it to the nearest whole year, so we'll make that 6 years. 5.9 years becomes 6 years, basically. So the answer we're looking for is 6 years. So it takes 6 years for your 85,000 rand to become 127,500 at 7% interest per year. Everyone happy with that? So you can see it's not a difficult question. You should be wide awake, specifically in how you read the question there. That last line there. How long will it take enough? You have enough money for the down payment. They're not saying how long will you have enough money. How long will it take to get to 850? Okay. So the answer is 6 years. Everyone happy with that example? Okay. What must I repeat? The whole answer? Yes. So the last time. Okay, guys, we're listening. Pay attention. We know what our present value is, correct? Is everyone happy with that? Yes. You have 85,000 rand. We all know what our interest rate is. Why? Because it's given, right? We know what my future value is. No, we don't know what our future value is. We need to work out our future value. That's what makes this question a little bit more tricky. Right? It says here, how long will it be before you have enough money for the down payment and the closing costs? So you have 85,000 rand and you need 10% for down payment and 5% of closing costs. Now remember, that 10% and 5% will be of the purchase price of your house. Okay? I'm hearing on. You agree? Yes. Otherwise, it will be 10% of what? If it's not of the purchase price of your house. Okay? If you buy a car, you buy a house, you put in a deposit, it's a certain percentage of the value of that car you buy, or of the value of the house you buy. Okay, so the 10% and the 5% is a percentage of the value of the house, which is 850,000. So that's why I've got here 850,000 times 15%. 15% is the 10 plus the 5. That equals 127,500. How much future value? 127,500. And the question asks, how long will it be before you have enough money for that down payment and the closing costs? So effectively, you have to work how much is your down payment and closing cost going to be, firstly. 127,500. So then, once you've established that, you now know that the question is asking, how long will it take for your 85,000 rand to become the 127,500 rand? That's what the question is asking you. It will take 6 years. If you input everything in your calculator, 85,000 present value, I is 7, future value is 127,500, you compute N, you'll get to 5.9, effectively 6 years. Okay. You're happy with that? You're smiling. Smiling good or bad? Did you get it? Yeah, there you go. 5.9, yes, correct. 100%. Remember, guys, also, if for those of you that do it manually, you're going to use a formula, your answers will be slightly different because of the rounding issues. But same thing, 100% correct. Okay? Your manual way will be slightly different in terms of rounding, but this is exactly the same answer, 100%. Okay. Hey guys, give me here, you always have an negative and negative. Try again and never look. Watch when I stand next to you. Guys, remember, in this case again, like we did all the examples yesterday, we enter the present value must be negative. Why? Because you're going to pay it. It's an outflow. Money from you. When you pay a deposit on a house or pay a deposit on the car, it's an outflow from you. Pay it. That's why it's a negative. Okay. Let's move on to chapter 6, which is built from chapter 5. Okay, so chapter 6, as mentioned, is just built on what you've established and what we've learned in chapter 5. Guys, you listening? Yes. A little much talking. We're going to ask them to explain. Okay, so chapter 6 builds on the principles we've learned now in chapter 5. Okay. Also, just to remind you, make sure you got access to Moodle because there are extra practice questions with answers related to time value money. So extra questions, what we've done. We've done a few questions in class. So there's just extra ones in terms of working out present value, working out future value, etc. They're all on Moodle with answers. So make sure you practice those. Okay, so today in chapter 6, we're going to look at discounted cash flow valuation. So the key difference between chapter 6 and chapter 5 is we'll be looking at multiple cash flows. Versus in chapter 5, we're going to look at one. Now we look at multiple cash flows. We'll look at the difference between ordinary annuities, annuities due in perpetuities. And very important, number 4, we'll look at the difference between nominal interest rates, effective annual interest rates, etc. Then you see in chapter 5, we already considered and worked out how to work out our present value and future value for single cash flows, as I mentioned. But now in this one, we're looking at multiple cash flows. Okay. So in reality, we usually deal with multiple cash flows in terms of a share. You own a share, it pays a stream of dividends. A bond pays a stream of coupon payments. That will focus on chapter 7 in terms of bonds. Homeowners pay a series of interest payments on your house that you're buying or bought. Companies invest in capital equipment, which deal with a series of inflows. That's what we'll get to from chapters 9 and 10 in terms of investing in capital budgets. Okay, let's look at this example. When dealing with multiple cash flows, it's valuable to draw a timeline. So I would always recommend drawing a timeline. You don't have to, but it can be helpful. Let's look at this. Determine the future value of 100 Rand deposited into an account, paying 8% today, and another 100 Rand in 1 year's time. So what I'm saying here is in the difference between a single cash flow period and a multiple cash flow, in the examples we've just done up until now and in chapter 5, I would say you have a present value of whatever it may be. You're going to invest it for 1 year at 10% interest, calculate future value. Right? So we know how to do that now. I'm now saying, okay, you've got a present value of 100 Rand, but then in 2 years' time, you've got another investment of 100 Rand. You've got two cash flow periods instead of just one. That's the only difference. We're talking multiple cash flow periods. So this example, you're saying determine the future value of 100 Rand deposited today and another 100 Rand in 1 year's time. So in period 0, which is right now, today, we're depositing 100 Rand, right? But then in a year's time, we're doing another 100 Rand. So then my question is, what will your future value be? Of your 100 Rand you deposit today and the additional 100 Rand you deposit in a year's time, paying at 8% today. Okay, let's have a look at the timeline. So as mentioned, 100 Rand immediately today, and then you're going to deposit another 100 Rand a year's time. Okay, and you want to work out the future value. So there's a big part B at the bottom here. So your 100 Rand earns 8% interest per year. Do you agree? Okay? And then you deposit, so that 100 Rand becomes 108 Rand after year 1. You've earned 8% interest, correct? So now you've already got 108 Rand. But then, after year 1, you invest another 100 Rand. Do you agree? So as you can see there, this is your initial investment today, which earns 8%. It's become 108 Rand. But then you're going to invest, you've got extra money, invest another 100 Rand. There it is there. You, effectively, you're sitting with 208 Rand, right? Now, from year 1 to year 2, you're going to have 208 Rand earning interest, not only the 100 Rand. With me. So you're going to earn 8% of 208 now. And that how it gets to your 224 Rand. Okay, so it's a simple example to get your head around it. You understand? Okay, so your 100 Rand earns interest for a year, it becomes 108. You then invest another 100 Rand, there it is there. So effectively, so effectively after year 1, you're investing 208 Rand. That then earns a further interest at 8%, and it turns to 224 Rand. So that's what I'm talking about with multiple cash flow theory. Okay. Look at this example. So suppose you invest 500 Rand in a unit trust today, so right now, and 600 Rand in a year's time. If the unit trust yields a rate of return of 9% annually, how much will you have in 2 years? Just like the example we looked at in the previous slide. So basically what I'm saying, my 500 Rand, and as you can see at the bottom of the slide, my 500 Rand will grow for 2 years and earn interest for 2 years. But the 600 Rand is only going to earn interest for 1 year, right? Because it's only investing it after 1 year. So then you lie there for 1 year. Okay. So if you look at your calculator strokes, you do 2 separate calculations. So you do a calculation for the first 500 Rand, so you know your present value is 500 Rand negative, remember, because you invest in. But that 500 Rand is going to lie there for 2 years, you agree? At 9%, you compute your future value. Then let's take the second investment of the 600 Rand, which you're only depositing after year 1, do you agree? So 600 Rand negative because it's a deposit, it's an outflow. But now look, your end becomes 1, because you're only investing it after 1 year. Remember, draw the timeline if it helps you. So here I go, 0, 1, 2. So the initial investment was 500 Rand, correct? So but that 500 Rand is going to stay in for 2 years at 9%. You agree? But then after year 1, you're going to invest a further 600 Rand here. So that 600 Rand is going to be invested for only 1 year, at also at 9%, only for 1 year. See that? That's why the only difference between these 2 calculations, other than the 500 and the 600, is your period is now 2 years, become 1. It's only invested from year 1. You agree? You're happy with that? Okay, so then you can calculate your future, and then you add the 2 answers together, and that would be your answer. 1, 2, 4, 8, 1, 5. Okay, so make sure you get your head around that. That's why I say put the timeline in your head or on a piece of paper if you get into a test or exam. Put the timeline. When I was studying, I at least I know how to put the timeline. Then I got the first test and I know that did put the timeline. Okay, so it's totally up to you. Okay, now look at an example here. How much do we have in 5 years if we make no further deposits? Okay, we're using the same example, but we talk about how much will you have in 5 years. Okay, same example. So let's look at the calculator strokes at the bottom here. So initially our first deposit is 500 Rand. Let me just redraw my timeline for you guys. Okay, so 0, 1 year, make that 5 years. Okay. So how much do we have in 5 years? Okay, so my initial deposit right now today is the 500 Rand. You agree? Period 0. Okay? And that's going to stay invested for 5 years at 9%. You agree? Okay, so let's look at it quickly. So I'm investing the 500 Rand, that's my present value right now today. My period is 5 years at 9%. Compute future value. Everyone happy with that? Okay. But then after 1 year, I'm going to invest another 600 Rand. After year 1, I'm going to invest another 600 Rand here. And that will go until year 5. So how many years is that? 4 years at 9%. So I'm invested after year 1 until year 5, which is 4 years. So that's why it's your second investment of 600 Rand, your end becomes 4 years now. So that's from year 1 to year 5, that's 4 years. I say 9, compute your future value, you add this together and you get your answer. Okay, so you see the difference then. 500 Rand for 5 years, the 600 Rand gets invested from year 1 till year 5, so that's 4 years. Okay. We're happy with that. Yeah, make sure you grasp that, understand, get your head around it, and be tricky sometimes. Okay. I'm not going to show you guys this, so maybe I won't show you this now because we'll talk more about cash flows in chapter 9, but let's quickly work through this. Looking Good Company Limited has identified an investment project with the following cash flows. If the discount rate is 10%, what is the present value of these cash flows? Okay, so discount rate, interest rate, required rate of return, there's all different terminology. When I refer to discount rate, you can refer to I on the calculator. Okay. So I can call it discount rate, required rate of return, interest rate, you name it. Okay. So when I talk about discount rate 10%, that is your I. Okay. You have to do that. Okay. So let's work this one out. If the discount rate is 10%, what is the present value of these cash flows? I just want to show you this for information purpose now. But for question, this is more pertaining to chapter 9 and chapter 10. I'll show you quickly in terms of where we're going. When you get to your calculator now and you have multiple cash flows, because you can see that. We've got multiple cash flows, right? Cash flow 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay. So we're going to use our cash flow functionality on the calculator. Cash flow functionality. Okay. So how we do this on your calculator, for those of you the sharp calculator, you're going to have period 0 first. You have to enter for period 0. So here we got year 0. Then we've got year 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so for period 0, we're going to enter on our calculator 0, and then there's a button ENT, which stands for enter. We're going to press ENT. Okay. Then we're going to go to year 2, cash flow was 600. We're going to press, sorry, not 600, 15, I'm missing year 1. Sorry. Year 1 is 15. So I'm going to press 15, enter. Year 2 is 600, enter. Year 3 is 855, enter. And year 4 is 1480, enter. 1480, enter. Okay, so now I've entered all my cash flows. Okay, what is my interest rate? In this case, my discount rate, same thing, is 10%. Okay, the next button would be second function, CFI, cash flow. Second function, CFI. Then your calculator will show I/Y, which is my interest rate, my discount rate, which is 10. So I enter 10, enter. Okay, I'm just going to go over here, guys. Then I press the down arrow key, and you'll see your calculator will say then next present value, and you press compute. You get an answer of 3512.74. I'll go through it again. Hey guys. I don't know what the makers of these calculators, what they were thinking, because the calculator before this one and before that one there, the old ones I used to use, so much easier than the new calculator. The new things they should make it easier, and made it more difficult. Okay, so just to show you again, they want to work out what is the present value of these multiple cash flows. Now, as you're listening, what is the present value of this cash flow? So you have to enter each cash flow. Okay, the way you do it on the calculator would be, you have to have zero. Here's 0, which is right now, which is obviously 0. So you press 0, enter. 1,500, enter. 600, enter. 855, enter. 1480, enter. Okay, so you've entered all your cash flow. Once you've done that, you'll press second function CFI. That's CF stands for your cash flow. So press second function CFI. Then on your calculator will say I/Y, which is your interest rate. Yeah. In this case, it's 10%. You then press 10, and you press enter. Once you've done that, you press the down arrow key on your calculator, and the calculator will show then net present value. You then press compute, and you get your answer of 3512. The old calculator and the HP calculator, you just enter your cash flows like that. So the old calculator and the HP calculator, you don't have to press enter like that. You press the CF button on your calculator. So what you do, you press 0, cash flow. 1,500 cash flow, 600 cash flow, 855 cash flow, 1480 cash flow. You then press 4 in, because it's 4 years. Guys, too much talking here, I'll go through it now. Rather let me walk you through it, okay? Then you press 4 in, you press 10I, and you compute net present value. Yes. Yes, question. Go for it. The 14 cash flow period. Okay, so that lady there was busy doing it. She's getting the wrong answer because she was started doing it. Because she's entered it a couple of times, she's entering 14 cash flow periods. That's why, remember I told you guys to clear your calculator? So it shows you how it stores the cash flows. Your calculator says 14, but there's only 4. Of course, it's going to get the wrong answer. You with me? Right, I'm going to stress again to reset your calculator. Is everyone getting 2, 3, 5, 1, 2? Guys, this won't be the test tomorrow, net present value. In the exams, I just want to introduce the concept. Won't be the test tomorrow, just introduce this basic example. We'll go to the end of this chapter 9 and 10. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on. Let's look at loan payments. So loan payments represent a level stream of cash flows for a fixed period of time. For such a stream of cash flows, an annuity. Remember, we always assume that these cash flows occur at the end of the year unless I tell you otherwise. We'll look at an example now about that. We always assume cash flows occur at the end of the year unless I tell you otherwise. Let's go. Let's look at this example. You have to repay a personal loan of 5,000 Rand over a period of 2 years. interest rate is 15% per annum. You need to make monthly repayments. What will the size of each repayment be? Okay, before we answer that, we worked out how to work out present value. You agree? We worked out future value. You agree? Yes. We worked out I. We worked out N. Remember, I said yesterday, I have to give you 3 of the 4 in order for you to solve the remaining 4th one. So I can give you those 3, you can solve N. I can give you those 3, or sorry, those 3, you can solve PV. You get the point, right? Okay, so now I'm going to introduce a new one, which we haven't done yet, which we do now. Exactly the same scenario. We need to work out what we call PMT, payment. I introduce you to future value, present value, I and N. Now we're going to start looking at PMT. So this is the new one. We need to solve for PMT, payment. Okay. So let's have a look at this one. You have to repay a personal loan of 5,000 Rand over a period of 2 years. Interest rate 15%, and you need to make monthly repayment. Okay, so what have I given you here? What is the 5,000 Rand? Right? You want to agree the PV is 5,000. What is your interest rate? You sure? Is the interest rate 15%? Are you sure? Yes. I'm going to ask you a third time. Are you sure? By 2, I get 2. Remember the very last example we did yesterday afternoon, I said to you, interest rate, like I say, 15% per annum per year. So you need to make. So therefore, what do I need to do with my 15%? So I want the monthly interest rate, yes. Okay. 1.25% per month is my interest rate. So that's the I I'm going to use. Okay, cool. What is my N? 2 years. But I know 2 years is correct, but it says monthly, so therefore times 12 equals 24. So we're talking 24 months. So we want to use 24, not 2. Just be very awake in the test and exams. Okay. When I say monthly or annually. And if I don't say, remember, if I don't say anything, annually always. If I don't say anything, it's annually always. Then I will tell you, it's monthly or it's daily, whatever the case may be. Okay. Okay, cool. So we've got our present value, we've got our I, we've got our N. Future value is not relevant in this case because they're asking you what will be the size of each repayment. So therefore, in solve for PMT is what I'm looking for. I don't know. Says that what will be the size of each repayment? How much am I going to pay the bank every month? Look at it, there it is there. Make sure you get to that 242.43. Now, what I want to point out on the slide here, guys, that 5,000 present value this time does not have to be negative. Why? Because you are taking out a loan, so the bank is giving you 5,000. They're giving you 5,000. There we go. Michael, 5,000 Rand. You're going to pay me that 5,000 Rand back over 2 years. That's 1.25% per month. Okay, so that's why the 5,000 is not negative. So 5,000 PV, 1.25 is your I, 0.4 is your N. Compute payment. Okay. You get your 242.43. That's how much you're going to pay the bank back every month until you settle that 5,000 Rand. Okay? Your answer will show as the negative 242. Does that make sense? The answer on your calculator will show negative. Yes. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, because you're paying the bank. You're paying back your loan. You're paying your 242 bucks. Okay. That does make sense because you have to pay. You're paying the bank. Paying off the money. I'm sending the tenants around, starting at the front again. And you sign under today's date, the 3rd of March. Everyone happy with that? Okay, so we have to get the payment. Yeah, no. That's a look. The calculator, go through the machine. You get the calculator. Why is it every time that I say it, someone it works? I can't stand next to everyone tomorrow in the test, right? Yes. Yes, we're not getting on. Okay. Have you cleared your calculator? That's not clearing. Did I show you guys how to clear it? Yeah, take it out. And make sure that also, make sure you have like a behind it. Okay. That's there. Okay. Let's go. Into the information. Okay, Karen, good. Okay, guys, let's move on. Remember, I'm reiterating again because you'll see why I reiterate. I'll get you another example. We always assume that your annuities are those cash flows that occur at the end of the period. We always assume they occur at the end of the period unless I say otherwise. Okay. Give this example. Calculate the present value of a yearly deposit of 1,000 Rand, which gets deposited into account paying 6% interest for 5 years. Okay, so in this case now, if we look at the bottom here, calculate the present value. So we need to work out what are they giving us? A yearly, remember now, a yearly deposit. The key word here, again guys, be very careful. The key word, yearly, what means it's multiple, not so? More than one. That means it's a payment, not so? Calculate the present value. If you are depositing yearly 1,000 Rand, so your yearly deposit is what we call a payment. You're depositing it yearly 1,000 Rand, 1,000 Rand, 1,000 Rand. Key word was a yearly deposit, more than one. A lot of people, a lot of students get confused sometimes between what present value and a payment. That's why I'm stressing it. Okay? Yeah, you can't get confused. I'll tell you why. They're asking you first to calculate the present value, so you don't know that. So that's what you need to solve for. Okay? The second clue is it says a yearly deposit. That infers that it's more than once. Not so? More than once. And when you know it's more than once, it's a payment. Okay? Present value won't be more than once. Payment is the annuity. Okay, so payment is 1,000 Rand, gets in the deposit account of 6%, so I is 6 and N is. So now again, remember I said I've given you 3 out of the 4 variables. You can solve for the 4th one. So you enter 1,000 payment, 6I, 5N. Remember the payment is negative Y because you are making the payment. You're paying the outflow. making yearly payments of R1,000. Now, there I'm showing you on the slide. Show the PMT as a minus as this represents the cash outflow, paying the money from. Let's see if you get to 4212.36. Guys got 4212? You carry on while I clear this whiteboard. Okay, you're happy with 4212. So can you distinguish now clearly about payment? As soon as I talk about more than one, in the question infers that's going to happen multiple times by saying a yearly deposit of 1,000 rand for 5 years. That means you're going to pay 1,000 rand once a year for 5 years. That means it's a payment. Okay. Let's do the same example quickly. What happens if I tell you, what if the cash flows in that previous example occur at the beginning of the period? Remember I said we always assume that cash flows occur at the end of the period. So in other words, at the end of the year, 5 years. So what happens if I tell you the cash flows are going to occur at the beginning of the year, beginning of the period? You then need to set your calculator to the beginning mode, BGN. So you just have to, before you do everything, nothing changes except one thing. You have to set your calculator to begin before you enter the information. Okay, so how you do that? You press second function and you press the BGN. That's above the future value button. Second function. So basically you press second function FB. FB. And then on the top of your calculator screen, you'll see there at the top, towards the left-hand side, will be BGN. There's beginning for that, BGN. Okay? Then you enter the information as is in the previous example. You'll notice that your answer is slightly different, will be more than the previous one. Because now you're calculating that interest at the beginning of the year. Okay? So make sure you enter into your calculator. So we got there 5M. 6I, 1,000 negative payment, compute present value 4465.11. Where the previous one was 42. The 42 and 44, so it's increased by about 240 rand. That makes sense because they're calculating your interest at the beginning of the year. In other words, like from January, not at the end of the year. So you're going to earn more interest up front. Okay. You get that on. Yeah, I wouldn't get it out. Okay, so remember, the information you got there, 5 and 6 I, 1,000, maybe you don't have a compute button, you press 446, but you got your calculator set on the beginning. That's where you get 4465. Yeah, so you want to get the other one. Now, if you do that again, you'll get 421. Okay, Guys, remember, don't make the silly mistake though. That's why I say it. So once you've then done this calculation and you get the answer, switch off the beginning mode again. Switch it off. Otherwise, all your answers can be wrong. You see, unfortunately, you should work out there. So guys, make sure you switch off the beginning mode just like you switch it on. Second function, FB. Okay. Not BG, different manufacturers. Second function. Are you getting those answers? What can I say? Okay, guys, let's carry on. So like I said again yesterday, multiple times, make sure, again, also in your own spare time, whether it's later today or tonight, whatever, go through these examples with your calculator, sit there, make sure you can get the answers. Okay, and I'm going to stress again, so if I ask you, I will tell you, work it out using the beginning mode. I'll tell you that, so that you switch your beginning mode on. But then don't forget, switch it off after you've worked it out. Switch it off. Because I will always ask you, not the beginning mode. Now and then I'll throw it in. Okay? You always assume it's calculating at the end of the period. Unless I tell you, work it out at the beginning of the period. You switch the beginning mode on. Once you've got your answer, switch it off immediately. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Remember to turn off beginning mode before you continue with your other calculations. Okay. Okay, as mentioned, you can see when you do the beginning mode, your answer is slightly higher. It's higher by about 200 Rand. 4465 instead of 4212. Why? The money, you're receiving the money earlier and it's accruing interest. Therefore, money received earlier is worth more money later. The same example we spoke about yesterday when we started chapter 5. You want money, you want 1,000 Rand today, or yes, I only want 1,000 Rand today, Rob. Good. What happens if we have to evaluate an infinite series of equal payments? This is what we call perpetuity. You don't know what perpetuity means? Infinity, forever. Forever and ever. There is no end. That's what perpetuity means. That's what I talk about, the infinite series. But forever. Let's look at an example. This life insurance company is trying to sell you an investment policy that will pay you in your years 150,000 Rand per year forever in perpetuity. If the required return on this investment is 11%, how much will you pay for the policy? In other words, what is the present value? Okay. You can use the perpetuity formula to solve this. There it is there. PV equals C divided by R. Now C is how much you're going to get, 150,000 Rand per year, and R is your required return, your interest rate effectively. There you can see it there, 150,000 divided by the 11%, which is roughly decimal, always convert to decimal, so it's 0.11, you get to 1.3 million Rand. So you will have to pay 1.3 million Rand to get to this 150,000 Rand per year. This is what we call a living annuity. One day, when you retire, you want a living annuity, you can buy an annuity, it will give you a certain income per year or per month for the rest of your life. Okay. So in this case, you need 150,000 Rand per year, and that will cost you you have to pay 1.3 million Rand, and if you pay that, they will pay you out 150,000 Rand per year in perpetuity. Okay, so look at the example again. The present value is your C divided by R. Yeah, you want 150,000 Rand per year forever. The required return on the investment is 11%. So I want to know how much would you have to pay for this policy in order to get to 150,000 Rand per year. So use the perpetuity formula. PV equals C divided by R. C is what your 150,000 Rand, what the amount of money you want per year, divided by the interest rate return, which is 11%. That gives you 1.3 Rand. Let's reshuffle the example. Suppose Kushu told you the policy costs 1.9 million. And now they're saying, okay, the previous example I asked you, what will the policy cost you? We worked out the 1.3. Now they're saying, wait, policy is going to cost you 1.9. Over 1.9 million. Now they want to know what is the interest rate that this would be a fair deal. So now you have to solve for I, in effect, R. We want the interest rate. They ask, what is the interest rate? Okay, so there's a basic equation. You've got the formula of C divided by R. They're giving you C, and you've got 150,000 Rand. So you can solve for R, which is your interest rate, which is the 7.87%. So remember, the formula, PV equals C divided by R. Okay, so the previous example, we wanted to work out what it's going to cost us. We had C, which was 150,000. Okay, and we had the R, which was 11%. It was divided by 11, and that gives you the 13636. Okay. Now we use the same formula. PV equals C divided by R. Okay? But now they're wanting us, what would the interest rate be? So we don't know what R is. That's what we need to work out. But they give you all the other information. PV now is 1905, and C is the 150,000 divided by R. Okay, then you can solve for R. That gives you the 7.87%. Okay, that's just a basic equation. Okay, so 1.9 million divided by 150,000 equals to R. Okay. Another example. Suppose you borrow 2,000 Rand at 5%, and you're going to make annual payments of 734.42 cents. How long before you pay off the loan? $150,000 divided by 1.9. That's why I said the other way around. $150,000 divided by 1.9 gives you the 7.8%. Okay, so again, look at this example. You borrowed 2,000 Rand at 5%. You're going to make annual payments of 734.42 cents. How long before you pay off the loan? Okay. So what are they wanting us to work out? What do we need to solve for? N, because they're saying how long. So we're talking time period. How long before you pay off the loan? So they give us N. Well, sorry, we have to work out N. What do they give us? What's my present value? 2,000. Why? You borrowed 2,000 Rand. Plus or negative? Why? Because you borrow. You're receiving the 2,000 Rand. Your I is what? 5, and it says annual payments. Okay, but even if I didn't say annual payments, it would be annual because 5% is annual, unless I say otherwise. Okay, and you're going to make annual payments of 734.42. So minus you making payments outward. Therefore, compute N. So guys, can you see? Yes, sorry. Yes. Can you see that it's not difficult? I give you all the variables. You just need to make sure you read the question carefully. Read the question carefully because I'm giving you, and that's exactly how I would do it and how I approach it. I write down what do I know? What's given? That's given, that's given, that's given, that's not given, I need to solve that. So sometimes when you write down what's going through the question, what they give you, you can actually comprehend it better. Especially if it's a long question or something like that. Yes. Yes. You have to read the question carefully, like we discussed yesterday. So, if you invest something, negative, not that? Not that. Yeah, you are borrowing money, so you're receiving money. So it's a positive. So you have to, the PD can be positive, and you just go, you have to read the question on a case-by-case basis. Okay, so then you compute N and you get to 3 years. Okay. Let's look at some growth rates. So solving for a growth rate of G, example, Mr. Price Group Limited has paid the following dividends in recent years. Calculate the overall growth rate of the dividends. So yeah, you got dividends 2011 all the way to 2016. Okay? So basically we want to work out how did the dividends grow from 252 cents to 667 cents. Okay. And I want you guys to work it out, see if you get that 21%. Spend about a minute or two. Okay, so as you can see on the slide, you want to know what is the growth rate. So you want to work out what I is. So you know what your present value is. At the beginning there was startable at 252 cents, and in the future it went all the way to 667 cents. Okay, N will be 5, Because in terms of growth rate, you always use the formula n minus 1. So 5 minus 1. Okay? Yeah, we got it. N is 6 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So make a note of this in your notes. For growth rates, we use n minus 1. So the number of periods minus 1. So in this case, we've got 6 years. So 6 minus 1 is 5. That's why we're using 5 n minus 1. So n we know is 6 years, right? 6 minus 1 is 5. That's why you're at 5 n. So just make a special note of that because in the question I will tell you, calculate the overall growth rate. So when you see growth rate, you know, okay, growth rate n minus 1. You compute I and you should get your 21%. Okay. That's why I'm saying these calculators, sometimes they store a lot of memory, that's why to be safe, that's why OCD when it comes to reset it 5 times. So just make sure you always reset it. Now when you reset it, it's not So guys, also just to give you a tip, if your calculator gives you errors, normally one of two things, 95% of the time. One of two things. Reset your calculator, that could solve the problem. But more so than not, it'll always be if you're not doing the minuses. Okay. So if you get an error, in the test exam, do one of two things. Make sure your calculator reset it, redo it again. Secondly, make sure you got minuses in the correct place. So read the question carefully. Okay. That will normally solve the error problem in your calculator. Okay. Don't panic too much if you get an error. Normally one of those two things. Okay. Now we look at the different concepts between what we talk about nominal interest rates and EAR, effective annual rate of interest. So APR. Okay, let me ask you guys this question. Consider the following. There you go, Bank A, B, and C. Bank A is going to give you 14% interest compounded daily. Bank B, 14.5% compounded quarterly. Bank C, 15% compounded annually. Where would you want to invest your money? Which one are you going to choose? Bank A, B, or C? Where would you invest your lottery money? That's tax free, by the way. Bank A. Yeah, who says show of hands? Now, don't be shy, guys. We all know each other now from yesterday. Come now. Bank A. Okay, Bank B. Let me show you guys a 1, 2, Bank C. 1. Okay, so the majority says bank A. Okay, to be honest, guys, we can't make a decision yet. Because this is why. Because this is nominal interest rate. I know why you're saying bank A because you see compounded daily. And I know why you said bank C because 15% is the highest. And the people that said bank B, I'm not sure. Maybe because it's quarterly and it's kind of the second highest. No, guys, we can't say at this point. We need to do a calculation. So that 14%, that 14.5%, that 15%, what we call your nominal interest rate. So that's what I call the quoted rate. So you go to a bank, you're going to invest money, or you're going to buy a car through West Bank, and they're going to say, we're going to give you 10%, you're going to pay 10% interest. That 10% they tell you there is your nominal interest rate. Yeah. So we can't make a decision. We have to convert that nominal interest rates into an effective annual rate of EAR. So we have to convert the nominal interest rate into EAR, effective annual rate of interest. Not only once then, once we've converted the nominal rate to the effective, then we can determine. The reason we have to convert it is because we want to compare apples with apples. And this is not apples with apples. Now we're talking compounded daily, we're talking compounded quarterly, compounded annually, all different compounding periods. So we can't definitively say this by looking at it, that bank A can be better than C and vice versa. Unless you're very smart. You calculate in your head very fast. So we have to convert those nominal interest rates to EAR. How do we do that? Then we can make a decision. How do we do that? There's a formula. There it is there. Okay, it's not a difficult formula. It looks nice and complicated. It really isn't. So effective annual rate of interest equals 1 plus the rate, quoted rate divided by M, the power of M minus 1. Okay, let's break the formula down. Like I said, not that difficult. So, let's do it for the first one, bank A, which was 14% daily. Okay, so bank A was 14% compounded daily. Okay, so that solves the formula. Okay, so in big brackets, 1 stays 1. Do you agree? The quoted rate is, remember, we're working decimals, so 40% is 0.14. Divided by M. What is M? M is the number of compounding periods. We compounded daily, which is therefore M is 365. The power of M, which is 365, minus 1. Okay, so you guys remember from high school maths, BOD maths, brackets. You remember BOD maths? Brackets over division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. The fundamentals. Okay, so what does BOD maths tell me? Brackets is the most important. So you work out the small bracket first. Get an answer. Plus 1. The power of 365 minus 1. Let's work it out. You get the answer. Try again. I'll do it, guys. I just want you to try to your own as well. So try it. Don't worry, I'll show you on the board now. Try it again, see if you can get it. Yeah, guys, some word of advice again. I know calculators, you can enter brackets in that. I know you can enter these brackets. So you can start in your calculator, big brackets, 1 plus, and you can do that. That's fine. You get the answer more than that. I still don't even do it like that because I don't trust the calculator. I trust myself. Okay. I would do separate calculations. So what I would do, again, you're welcome to my methodology. You don't have to. If you comfortable with calculator, doing all everything on one shot with calculator, great stuff. So what I do is, because BODMAS tells me I start with my brackets. So I'm going to start with the little brackets. So I go 0.1, doing this. 0.14 divided by 365 equals. Then I plus 1 equals. Okay, so I've now done everything in the brackets, right? Now to the power of 365. So the function yxr 365 equals. Now minus 1 equals. Times by 100 to convert it to a percentage. 15.02%. So again, like I said, you can enter the brackets on your calculator. It'll give you the right answer, no problem. But I find it, I personally don't like it. Okay. Okay, that's, you should get 15.02%. You're getting 15.02? Why not? What are you getting? I can tell you now what your problem is. Yeah. The problem is to the power of. This calculator, the power of is second function, and you'll see in orange a little y and an x. So it's the differentiation button. E, R. Y. Y. Okay, now that you know what the power of button is, rework it and see if you get 15.02%. Okay, guys, so that's 15.02%. So make sure you get firstly 15.02%. and make sure you can get the other ones as well. So what's the difference here now? So bank B, so this will become 0.415, and bank B was what? Bank B was quarterly. So your M in the formula becomes 4. So that's 4 and 4 because it's quarterly. You should then get an answer of the 15.31%. And then for the last one, it was compounded annually, and it was 15%. So your M becomes 1 annually, 112, that's monthly. Becomes 0.15, and then you should get 15%. Okay, so remember, in the formula, your quoted rate is the nominal interest rate I give you, and the N is the number of compounding periods. The quarter is 4, it's daily 365, it's monthly it's 12, if it's annually it's 1. If it's semi-annually it's 2. Semi-annually is twice a year. Okay, so now that we've got all the answers, there it is, 15.02, 15.31, 15. So for those of you who said bank B, lucky guess. Yes, bank B is the one we're going to go with. Why? Because now we can see. Now we're comparing apples with apples. Now you obviously want the bank that gives you the highest. So you're going to go with bank B. Bank B is going to give you the best return. It's going to give you 15.31% expected annual rate. So bank B is the best option. And which bank will you go with if you're buying a car? We're going to bank C, 15%. That's the lowest. Obviously, you want to pay your installments to the lowest interest rate. Okay. So make sure, guys, you work through that formula. Make sure you get to those answers there. Not difficult. It's just plotting those figures that I give you into the formula, making sure you got your compounding periods correct, and then you solve. You get those answers. Okay. There's more practice questions that you can convert. So you can get semi-annually, where I'm saying M is 2, quarterly, M is 4, monthly, M is 12. You even get weekly, where M is 52, and daily, where M is 365. So those are just additional practice questions. So what you can do in your own time, make sure if you get 10% nominal interest rate, convert 10% into your effective annual rate of interest, utilize that formula. There's additional ones to practice. Make sure you get to those. Yes. Okay, guys, I'm going to go through one more time. Your problem is coming with the power of. I know it already. Hey guys, I can't spend too much more time on this. We're going to run out of time. Okay, so 14%, 0.14, compounded daily, so it's 365 to the power of 365. Everyone, do you understand that? You get that? So 1 is 1. Quoted rate is your quoted rate is at 14%. Divided by M. M is your compounding period. It says compounding daily. So daily is 365. So M, wherever there's an M, it's going to be 365. So 365 here, and then there's 365, and 1 is 1. Doesn't change. Okay. So like I said, Mike, how I do it, even though your calculator can't do all the brackets, I break it down. So BODMAS tells me I have to do brackets over everything first. Let's start with the little bracket, the small one. So I go 0.14 divided by 365 equals. Okay, so I've done this part. Now I'm still in the brackets, the big brackets. It says plus 1. So I go plus 1 equals. Okay, so now I've done everything in the brackets. You agree? So now what I do, it says to the power of 365. Right? So in my chart calculator, second function, that yx button, and then I press 365 equals. And I've done that. Now I'm left only with, then you go minus 1 equals, and then you times by 100 to convert your answer to %. 15.02%. Okay. Got it? All right, third time chart. Okay, but like I said, now go make sure your own time practice and do all these ones. Look, I'm giving you another 5 to practice. And I'm going to say it once more. When you get to a test exam, you mustn't go, okay, what is the M again? No, you should have gone over and practiced it 10 times so you know what I mean. Oh, M's the compounding period. So if it's daily 365, you should know it. You mustn't go, what's the M? But if you go through these ones 5, 6 times at home, you know. Like, practice makes perfect. You know the M is the compounding period. You don't have to you don't have time to think. Okay, we almost finished with chapter 6. Let's look at this example. If you'd like to accumulate 7,500 Rand over the next 5 years, how much must you deposit each 6 months, starting 6 months from now, given a 6% interest rate and semi-annual compounding? As you can see, there's lots of examples in the slide, more than enough. Plus, I've got additional practice questions on Moodle with answers. You get stuck. This rate is not very good. Okay. Again, let's write down what we know. You would like to accumulate 7,500 Rand in the next 5 years. So what's that? We agree. In the future, the next 5 years. So, and what's 5? When they talk about semi-annually. So therefore, remember semi-annually, twice a year. 5 times 2. Interest rate is 6. That's the annual interest rate. They're talking semi-annually, so your interest rate is actually 3 per semi-annual. Okay? And what do they want us to work out? Okay, yeah, why? I know you can see it's payment. But are you understanding why it's payment other than looking at the bottom? Why is it payment? Why is it payment and why is it not present value? Yeah, I can deposit, that's also a present value. Why is it not a present value? Why is it a payment? So it's multiple, right? So you're going to deposit each 6 months. So what I'm saying is multiple, more than one. That's why it's a payment. That's why I want you guys, yeah, that's good, I like it. Thank you. Because it could have been present value as well, but because the question is saying, how much must you deposit each 6 months, meaning it's more than once. That's a payment. Otherwise, it could have been a present value. You with me? Just like that other example earlier when I spoke about yearly deposits. So in other words, it refers it's more than one. Multiple. Okay, yeah, so we want payment, computer. There we go. So you got all your information, and you can solve for payment. And you should get to that 654.23, that's per semi-annual. That's twice a year. You're paying every 6 months, you're paying 654 Rand. In order to get to your 7,500 Rand in the future of 5 years. Yeah. Hey guys, we finished with chapter 6. There's just some extra practice questions. Don't worry about the date. The date's not for you guys. Extra practice questions that you can also work out for practice for the test. Okay. So make sure you work through the slides. Make sure you understand the examples we've gone through. Reinforce that with the tutorial as mentioned. If you are not sure about something stuck, you can listen to me take you through the same things we've gone through, not all of it, but most of it. And then also make sure you look at the additional practice questions. The more you practice, the better you will become. Simple as that. Okay. let's start chapter 7, and then we'll break at in about 15 minutes. Break at 10:15. Is that right, everyone? Okay. You want to sign the attendance register? Okay, let's look at chapter 7. What's a bill from chapter 6? What we've learned in 5 and 6. Bill. So chapter 7 is interest rates and bond valuation. Information today. Let's look at this. The JSE has granted DRD Gold a listing for a domestic medium-term note program, paving the way the gold mines to raise 111 million rand. CEO said on Monday the funds raised will be directed toward the previously announced construction of a new 250 million rand flotation and fine grind circuit at the Dryspuns plant. The balance of the circuit's capital costs will be funded from cash generated by the operation. So they need 250 million rand for the new construction. They're going to fund this 250 million rand through what they say general operational costs, as well as through a note program bond. Current affairs, economic indicators, you're welcome to read through. What do we look at in terms of this chapter is bonds. We're going to introduce the concept of bonds. We're going to, very important, guys, number 2 here. We're going to differentiate between what par value is, what premium bond is, what discount bond is. That's very important. Number 2. Okay, we'll look at concept of interest rate risks, etc. But number 2 is by far very important. The bond, also what we know as a debt instrument or financial instrument issued by the government or municipalities or capital, state-owned enterprises wishing to raise debt capital. So parastatals or state-owned enterprises, government can raise money through a financial instrument, what we call a bond, and they use that to raise debt capital. So like in the case of any other loan, as you will go to the bank and obtain a loan, the issuer needs to pay interest. Okay? The only difference is we talk about interest when we talk about loans. With bonds, we talk about coupon. Exact same thing, same principle applies. That's just a different terminology. So when we take our loans out, we pay interest. For a year, we pay coupon. And the principal amount to the lender at maturity. So we pay a coupon. So how does government raise money to finance government? You know this. Taxpayer, that's the main source of income. Tax paid by the country citizens. Okay. So taxes, in the form of all kinds of tax, personal income tax, corporate tax, sales tax, such as that, you name it. Okay? That's the source of revenue income for government. And also by borrowing from the investment community. That's what we talk about when we don't want Africa or any other country to go completely junk status. Why? Because the cost to borrow money as a country will just escalate, become more expensive. So we want to avoid junk status, and hopefully Moody's does not take us down to junk in cause to rate gains. Then our cost to borrow money becomes that much more expensive. Okay. So we've already learned in chapter 4, etc., how do companies finance operations. We've spoken about and introduced you to the topics of how do we raise funds. We can raise funds through equity, issuing shares, raise funds through taking out long-term loans, etc. Now we talk about also is issue debt securities such as bonds, specifically from a public sector point of view. So as in case of government companies issuing bonds, effectively borrow money from the investment public. The lenders are called bond holders. Companies also need to pay coupons and need to repay the principal amount. So the concept is exactly the same, just looking at different terminology. Cape Town, for example. Still Cape Town, one of Southeast's 2 top-rated municipalities at Moody's Investment Service, a return to the bond market after 6 years rate to raise money for infrastructure. So the city plans to raise cash of 2.2 billion rand, which starts on 1 June, and another 3 billion rand over the next 2 years. Deputy Mayor Ian said in an email response to questions, the city will raise money bond or loan market or both. And the debt will have maturity for 15 years. Okay. Just give you an examples that, and specifically in public sector, we use bonds. They use bonds right now. Just for your information, guys, you're welcome to check out these sites in terms of more information about the bonds that are available and what bonds they are available. Okay. The key difference when we talk about a bond essentially is that it's an interest-only loan. The bond is an interest-only loan. So the borrower, the company, the government or municipality, pays the lender, the bondholder, interest, coupons. Every period, whilst the principal amount be repaid only at the end of the loan. Okay, so only pay the interest. So similar, those of you who got student loans, I'm not sure how the student loans work now, if they have changed. But normally, if you take out a student loan, you would only have to provide to pay for the interest. Provide security that you can at least cover the interest on your student loan. And then once you are graduated and earning income, you get set for that. Okay. So in this case, we talk about they cover only the interest portion of the coupon, and the amount is being paid at the end of the loan period and maturity. Okay, so similar to that of a student loan in that sense. Okay, so the principal amount, also called the nominal value, or par value, or face value. I use the word face or par value. Okay, the principal amount of the bond is also called the par value. So I like to use the word par value. The number of years until the nominal value of the par value is paid is called the bond's time to maturity. It's common for the price of the bond to be stated as a percentage of nominal value. Okay, so the principal amount is always known as the par value, and the number of years until that par value is paid off is called the bond's time to maturity. Maturity and it's settled. Okay, so although cash flows from bonds not as risky as those from shares, investors nonetheless require a certain minimum rate of return. Okay, so obviously, still want some type of minimum rate of return. So the investors' required rate of return depends on alternative rates of interest they could have earned elsewhere, should they have gone with equity shares, which yes, is more risky, which generally has a higher return. But in today's uncertain market worldwide, you never know. Things like coronavirus, I mean, all the equity markets are flat, like I said. Even though I was listening to the indicators this morning, and I see most of the markets have improved substantially. Australia not so much yet, but the Dow Jones has improved since last week's horrendous week. Okay, so the required return is the YTM, yield to maturity. Okay, so your interest rate, we talk about the bonds is yield to maturity, YTM. And YTM is used as a discount rate in determining your present value. So all this nice long talk, let's get you an example, and you'll see it's not as intricate as it possibly sounds. Here we're saying, let's calculate the present value. So again, we're still working with present values, interest rates, and periods, and all those things we've done over the last few chapters. That doesn't change. You should have a good understanding by now. It says you have calculated the present value of a bond with a 10-year maturity, 1,000 Rand par value. Guys, mark my words here, write this down. Your par value is always in 1,000. Par value is 1,000. Write it down. Par value is 1,000. Par value 1,000. Okay, write it down, make notes somewhere, highlight it. Let's start again. Calculate the present value of a bond with a 10-year maturity, 1,000 Rand par value, which offers a 10% coupon rate. An investor requires a 10% rate of return. So this is a basic example. It's interesting. We can see that the coupon rate, interest rate, is the same as the return that you want, 10%. So I can really tell you what's going to happen with the answer. So now the only difference is, let's write down again, what do we know? If you use this methodology, guys, you can't go wrong. Write down on your piece of paper, what do we know, what don't we know? That will show you where you have to go. Okay, so what do we know? Right, let's get the easy stuff away first. Then we can start working on the tricky stuff. So what do we know? Firstly, that says calculate the present value. So we know we need to work out. We don't know what that is. So that says it. So that's simple. That's where we go. Okay, it talks about the 10-year maturity. So what is N? Do you agree? N is 10, tells me 10-year maturity. Okay? The 1,000 Rand par value. Okay? Par value is now going to be always be 1,000 Rand, and that will be your future value. Okay. Your par value is always going to be 1,000, it's always going to be your future value. Okay, what else does that give me? I 10%. Okay, which one? That one or that one? Okay, don't make a mistake, yes. I is your required rate of return, not your coupon rate. Okay, so yes, that one. Okay, so I is 10. Cool. We need to get that something else. What else do we need? Payment. Okay, but we need to work out the payment. There it is, coupon payments. So coupon is your coupon rate, which in this case is that 10% times by your par value, which is 1,000, always 1,000. So it's your 0.1, 10% times 1,000 equals 100. Okay. Now you can solve for present value. You should get 1,000. The reason you'll get the answer will get 1,000. The reason it's 1,000 because your coupon rate equals your required rate of return. 10% equals 10%. That's why we call this a par value bond. When your par value equals your future value, when your par value equals your present value, it's a par value bond. Okay, so just quickly recap it again. We need to solve the present value. It says they calculate the present value. That's what we don't know. What do we know? It says there the bond has a 10-year maturity, so it knows N is 10. Correct? Cool. It says 1,000 Rand par value. That par value, 1,000 Rand is 1,000 Rand is your future value. The par value is your future value, 1,000 Rand. Okay? Then it says it offers a 10% coupon rate. So therefore, you have to work out how much are your coupon payments. Your coupon payments would be your coupon rate, which is the 10%, times by your par value, which you know is always 1,000. That gives you a coupon payment of 100 Rand. And then lastly, you have a required rate of return of 10%. That's your I. Then you can put it into your calculator and solve the PV, and you get 1,000 Rand. You'll notice, like I said, 1,000 Rand equals your future value, which is your par value. The reason being your coupon rate of 10% is equal to your 10% required rate of return. So it will be 1,000 Rand. That's the par value bond. Okay. We'll go through more examples. Okay, guys, let's break quickly for tea breaks. Let's make it 15 minutes. So we can start again at 10:30. Okay, guys, so 15 minutes, we start back at 10:30. Okay, like that's why. No, but actually, that's why I say that's not so very. That's why you walk that. Make sure it ain't around. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I know you. Yeah, so back to the C. Yes, if you down here. There you go. Have you done, maybe you forgot to do right then, sorry. 100 minus. You pay it. That's the problem. It's not also be you just be vigilant. You're not trying to say when you take your time. That should solve it. No problem is, you said I have a boss, and I said, can't get this work. I said, the problem is, the thing between them and the computer, in other words, the problem is you, the user, and I'm okay. Yeah. Probably. Because remember, at the end of the queue, you pay that back. So remember, previously, this is now we have to work with bonds. And not like we invest, that's the difference. So with the bond, remember that.
Hi guys, you're back.
On the phone is you can't use the phone. Finally, how many times is that? 10 times. Look, I myself, I'm an accountant, I'm very good at it. So I always, also when I used to study and I wrote exams, I would do it, all the time, quickly. I'm not saying do that, because everyone's different, but you see sometimes you've got to be meticulous, you know? Yes, so if your final answer is wrong, you lose You want to get full marks, right here, half mark there, half mark there, half mark there, half, see the one, two, there are 2 marks. Yeah. They're 0. Yes, you must be showing. Otherwise, if you make a mistake somewhere or you can't do it, that's like funny, at least you can get something on 0. Any networking capital. Then we know networking capital is current assets minus current liabilities. Current assets is 512 minus 4491. Yeah, minus 5320 minus 8750. And the ending is 2016 figures minus the ending of 2012. I'm ready on you. Yeah. Run there. Okay, no, it could be an issue. No, it's fine. I will make sure it's on. I'll make sure it's on. So what I'm saying there could be an issue that you what I did was I think when you I hide when you finish the course, you understand? So don't say so sorry. We'll get it on. I'll make sure it's on you. Okay. So if it's not there, probably because I can't sometimes not I probably hidden it. You understand? I'll check. I'll check tonight. Okay. Okay, guys, let's get started again. Don't forget your pens here. You can't see me, then you forget all your pens. I look like the late. Chat to me in the front and you forget your pen. Don't forget your pen, please. Okay. Let's carry on. Okay. Moving. Okay, now we're looking at differentiating between, this is what I said. Okay, remember what I said, learning item 2, very important, where we differentiate between par value bond premium and a discount bond. Okay, so this is very important, and you can see how I can ask you from a theory point of view, and multiple choice when it comes to this. So if a coupon or interest rate offered by a bond is exactly equal to the rate of return, as in the previous example, remember when we said 1,000 Rand PV equals 1,000 Rand par value. Okay, remember that. We said that's a par value bond. So if your coupon rate and your required rate of return or your yield to maturity are equal, we refer to that as a par value bond. The investor buying this bond is probably compensated for risk he or she is taking. But what happens now is the interest rate increases, for example. Let's have a look. Okay, so using this example again, it's exactly the same example as we did previously. The only difference now is, remember the previous example, we said our required rate of return was 10%, right? But now our required rate of return, I'm saying, is 13%. Let's look at what the answer looks like. Okay, so remember your end state 10, we still spoke about 10-year yield to maturity. We're now saying my interest rate is 13%, not just 10%. Our future value still stays negative 1,000, that's your par value, remember? And our payment still stays negative 100. Why? Because remember, it's 1,000 Rand par value times your 10% coupon rate. And then we compute present value, we get to an answer of 837 Rand. Now that is less. Your present value is less than your future value of 1,000. Does that make sense? Yes, because your interest rate is increased to 13% from the 10%. So if we look at it, an investor who now requires a 13% rate of return is not properly compensated for the risk he's taking. The investor will therefore only be interested in buying the bond when the price is discounted, marked down. Here at the bottom, if the coupon rate, write this down, if the coupon rate is less than your yield to maturity rate, if the coupon rate is less than your yield to maturity rate, the bond will sell at a discount. If your coupon rate is less than your yield to maturity, the bond will sell at a discount. Also, alternatively, if your present value is less than your future value, we call this a discounted bond. So if your present value is less than your future value, we know it as a discounted bond. So if your coupon rate equals your yield to maturity, what? If your coupon rate equals your yield to maturity, in other words, if your present value equals your future value, what type of bond is it? Par value bond. Par value bond. So if your coupon rate is less than your yield to maturity, in other words, if your present value is less than your future value, we call it a discount bond. Let's look at another opposite situation. What happens now if we say our interest rate decreases, let's say to 7%? Same calculation again, N stays 10, I is now 7%, not 13% in the previous example. Future value still stays 1,000, payment is still 100. Compute your present value, now you see your present value is exceeding your future value. That's why. So look at the bottom. So therefore, if your coupon rate is greater than your yield to maturity, in other words, present value is greater than future value, you call this a premium bond. I will summarize it in the last slide. Here it is there. So make sure you know this slide. I like to ask this. Like I said, theory, in a multiple choice format, you'll see it. I like to ask this to see it. So study, make sure you study this little table and know it well. I like to ask this. I'll ask this in a multiple choice format. So study this table. Slide 18, chapter 7. Okay, so basically just summarizing in a nice one slide what I'll be talking about. What we say there, if your present value equals your future value, in other words, if your coupon rate equals your yield to maturity or your required rate of return, we call that a par value bond. If your present value is less than your future value and your coupon rate is less than your required rate of return, we call that a discounted value bond. And if your present value is greater than your future value and your coupon rate is greater than your required rate of return, we call that a premium bond. Okay, so make sure you study this table. That's an easy common mark there. You basically just have to learn this table. Good. So please, make sure you know that table. So far, what we call all these calculations, the present value is working out, we call that what we call a peak price. The actual price of transaction is called the all-in price, also known, more commonly referred to in the sector as a dirty price. It consists of the clean price plus the amount of accrued interest we added. Not too important, guys. So we'll just pay attention anyway. There you're saying you're buying a bond at a quoted price of 887 Rand. The bond is a 5.5% coupon and pays interest semi-annually on 1 February and 1 August, twice a year. What is the dirty price of this bond? Is today is 1 April. Okay. So the formula for dirty price is your quoted price plus your accrued interest. Okay. So your quoted price for the bond was 887, it's given. Now we have to work at what is the accrued interest over that period. Okay? So your coupon is at 5.5% times your par value, which is how much? What did I tell you what the par value is? 1,000. So yeah, you can see the 5.5% times the 1,000 par value, remember, to work out your payment. Divided by 2. Why are we dividing by 2? Because we're saying semi-annually. Okay? And then we again times by 2/6. Why? Because it's going to be on February and August. Okay. That's how you'll get to your virgin price. Not too important, guys. Just want to illustrate. What we mean if you ever heard of a fee price bond versus virgin price. Some more examples. Here we're saying calculate the present value of bonds A and B, which both have a par value of 1,000 Rand. Okay, so bond A gives you a 12% coupon, yield to maturity of 10%, 5 years to maturity, with bond B, also 12% coupon, also 10% maturity, however, sorry, 10% yield to maturity, however, it has 30 years to maturity. Okay. So we already know with that information given. Have a look at it. So future value equals 1,000. How do I know it's 1,000? It's par value, 1,000, remember? Ready? How do I get the payment? How do I get to 120? How do I get to 120? The par value of 1,000 times your coupon rate, which was 12%. That is 120. The I is 10. Why? Oh, it's 10. And N is 5 because it tells me. Everyone comfortable how you get to all those information, those figures there? Okay? These exactly the same, except that the only difference is N is 50 because it tells you 50 years. Everyone comfortable? Remember your payment? The payment figure is par value, which is what? 1,000 times by? Okay, what is that 12%? What do we call it? The coupon rate. Don't get confused now and take 1,000 Rand times by your yield to maturity, times the coupon rate. Okay. And then you can calculate, then you can see the difference in the present values between one with a 5-year versus a 30-year maturity. Okay? What type of bonds are these? They're both premium bonds, besides the fact that my slide tells you what it is. Why are they premium bonds? Because your present value exceeds your future value. If you go back a couple of slides, there, premium bonds are when your present value exceeds your future value. Then you know it's a premium bond. If you look at this one, there's your present value, and there's your future value. So there you can see your present value exceeds your future value. So that's why we call it a premium bond. So. Okay, so this is exactly the same calculation, just showing you a different interest rate. So you can see how it moves. So here we're showing an interest rate of, go back with you, now we did an interest rate of 10%. Both of them. There's your 10%. Those are the answers we got, right? Now we're just showing you doing the exact same information. We have an interest rate of 5% and an interest rate of 15%. I'm not going to go through these. You know how to work out. The only difference is I becomes 5 there, I becomes 15. Exactly the same information. Okay. Okay, so make sure you can use this as practice. So make sure you can use this as practice. And make sure you can get to those figures there, the ones that we haven't done. Okay? And yeah, what this is telling you, this is the change. How has it changed between the two? Okay. It goes from a 5% interest all the way to a 15% interest. Now consider the following bonds with the same maturity but different coupon rates. Now we're changing the coupon rates. Now remember the original example, the coupon rate was 12%. But now we're talking coupon rate with 6% and 3%. So how did I get to that? How did I get to that payment of 60 Rand? So 1,000 of par value times 6%. This one, it's 1,000, your par value times 3%. That gives you your 30 for payment. Okay. That's the only difference, guys, if I change the payment. So don't make silly mistakes with coupon rates. You want to cost. That's the only thing that changes. Again, once again, my par value stays. My future value stays 1,000. I told you, it's going to be 1,000. That's what it is. Your N is 30. I told you, 30 years. Your I is the 10%. The original yield maturity, and your payment is now changed to the 63% respectively coupon. And now you can see the difference in your pricing. Okay. Again, exactly the same. We're using the same table. Those are the ones we just worked out with the 10%. But what happens if we use 5% required return or 15%? You can see your figures change. So make sure you can go through. Just give you lots of extra practice work for testing exams, so make sure you know how to get each one of these answers. Okay, and likewise there, make sure you get each one of these answers. We'll just say in the exam, same example, I'm just changing the coupon rate and I'm changing the interest rate. Okay, make sure you can work out each one of those. Gives you nice practice. Okay. That's a nice example, end of the chapter. Let's look at this one. So bond X and bond Y. So bond X, now I told you, bond X is a premium bond. Okay, so that means my present value exceeds my future value. That's a premium bond, according to that table that I showed. So bond X is a premium bond making annual payments. The bond pays 8% coupon and has a yield to maturity or required rate of return of 6% and has 30 years maturity. Bond Y is a discount bond. That means present value is less than future value usually. The bond Y is a discount bond, making annual payments. The bond pays 6% coupon, has a required rate of return of 8%, and also 30 years to maturity. Okay. So it says here, if the interest rates remain unchanged, it stays at 6% and 8% respectively. What do you expect the price of these bonds to be 1 year from now, 3 years, 8 years, 12 years, 30 years, etc., etc.? Let's have a look at that. Okay, let's work it out. Let's make sure we can get those answers first. Let's start there. So what do we know? Let's look at bond X first. Okay, so what's bond X? What do we know? So what is my payment? Yeah, which is? So we know that, right? That's your 1,000 times 8%. Happy? So payment is negative 80. Okay, what else we know? I is 6%. Why? Because of that? Okay, what is my future value? What's my future value? Don't worry. What's my future value? Thank you. 1,000. I'm getting nervous there. 1,000. Why? It says 1,000. Okay. Let's compute. Compute present value. Should get 1,177.05 cents, which is that answer there. Okay, nice. If you've done bond X, carry on with bond Y. Let's figure out bond Y. Bond Y's payment is 1,000 times 6%, right? What's I? What is N? What is the future value? Guys, you guys get that future value wrong, we're minus 5 off. We're minus 5 off. That's 1,000. And don't forget it. If you get it wrong, I'm going to minus 5 off. Okay. Warning you. Okay. What's okay, so you got that and you can compute and you can calculate it quickly. You did 841.92, which is that one there. Okay, everyone comfortable getting those answers? 1,177 and 841, which are those two answers there? Okay. So we've established our baseline. Another question asking, what do you expect these price of these bonds to be in a year from now? Because now we've worked out the price of these bonds now, period 0, right? But I'm saying here, here's a trick. Let's see how awake you are. What do you expect these price of these bonds to be, let's say, for example, 1 year from now? What's going to change in terms of my calculation? Let's look at bond X first. So I'm saying to you now, okay, this is the present value of a bond. Okay? But what will be the price of the bond 1 year from now? Let's look at it one by one. Payment of 80, that doesn't change. Do you agree? Stays the same. I of 6 stays the same. Future value borrowing stays the same. But this, what about this? So this will become? It should become 1. It should become 1 year from now, so minus 1 equals 12. Let's work it out. Now we use n equals 12. See what our answer is. One 167, all right, yeah. So remember, guys, draw your timeline if it helps. There's your timeline. There's 0. There's 13 years. It says yield maturity 13 years. Okay, so the first one, we calculated the present value now. Period 0. That's what we made n 13. But now I'm asking you, what do we do these? What do these prices will be a year from now? So let's make 1 year a year. We're going to calculate it from year. So from 1 to 13 is 12 years. That's why I'm working with 12 now. Does it help if you draw a timeline? Sometimes when someone sees a picture or an image, it helps you articulate it, understand it. So I calculated a present value. I calculate the value of a bond now, present value. Period 0, which was that answer there. I'm now saying, okay, but let's calculate a year from now. Okay, cool. So let's move up to a year. So we write here now. We're going to calculate from here. So how many years from 1 to 13? 12. So now n becomes 12. You go and tell me that drawing the timer doesn't help. Makes sense, right? Definitely makes sense. I learned the hard way. I didn't do it. I didn't do too well. Then I decided drawing the timeline helps, and it didn't. So that's not my mistake. Timeline helps. So quick timeline on a piece of paper when you're in a test or exam. Takes 2 seconds to do that. Okay, so you get to an answer of the 1167. Then the other one they're saying in 3 years from now. So let's draw on our timeline. Let's say let's put 3 years here. Okay, and just do this quickly. So 3 years, right? So we're going to work out present value 3 years from now. So we're looking at this period. So how many years that? 10. So now in this case, our n will become 10. Let's quickly work it out. An answer. I'm on a 47. I get 1147.2 out. Where is there? 3 years from now, 1147.2. And so you go on. In 12 years from now, so 12 will be here. Then if you only got 1 year, so n becomes 1. Okay, so forth, so on. You guys following? The timeline, make sure you draw the timeline, it helps you. Then you can work out all these answers for bond X and bond Y. So their current value, presently and now, present value times 0. And then 1 year from now, 3 years, 8 years, 12 is 13 years from now. Okay. We're going to get those answers. We're not going to work through all of them. This is the same applies. Let's do one more for bond Y, so I can make sure you understand. Let's do one for bond Y. So we already know for bond Y, work out the present value now is 841. Let's work out in 8 years' time for bond Y. So in 8 years' time, again, we've got 0, we've got 13, that's our yield to maturity. So let's say 8 years is over there. So the time period from 8 to 13 is 5. Okay, so n becomes 5. Everything else remains exactly the same, and only the n that's going to change. Let's work it out. So we've got 60 payments, 8i, 5n, 1000. Future value compute, present value 920. 0.15. So in 8 years' time, the present value of the bond will be 920 Rand. Look there. 920 Rand, 8 years from now. Okay. So your payment, your I, your future value remains all the same. The only thing that's going to change is your N. To help you understand it better, draw the timeline and work out how your N changes. Okay. You guys make sure you can work out each one of those answers. Again, practice. Lots of, yeah, you can lots and lots of examples, lots of practice. Make sure you can work out each one of those. Even if you think you can do, I've got those top 4, top 6 answers, and then you do the rest, do the rest, because that's when you just practice. Do the rest. Make sure you get more. Okay. Okay, so bond values. Notice that benefits of being owner of a premium bond declines as maturity approaches. The present value decreases over time. That's where you look at graph. You can see bond X and bond Y eventually equal each other at 1,000 Rand. That's what we call a par value bond. The discount bond increases over time, the premium bond decreases over time until they join. Disadvantage being an owner of a discount bond declines as maturity approaches and your present value increases over time. So what is the situation of maturity? Well, present value of both bonds are equal to their present value. In other words, investors get what issuers promise to pay. Okay, then you get different types of bonds. This is just purely for information purposes. I won't ask you about this. You're welcome to read through this. You get majority of bonds are traded are government bonds with fund budget deficits. Okay, maturities up to 50 years. Examples, security bills, etc. Also, you get zero coupon bonds, which has no coupon payment. Effectively no coupon. Okay. Any government bonds are zero coupon bonds. Okay, and you also get stripping, floating rate bonds, securitized bonds. Make sure you read through this, but I won't. That's not too important from a test exam point of view. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about international bonds. We will talk about international bonds. Okay, guys, I'm not going to spend the rest too much on this chapter. This is a lot. We've got more important things to get through. So this you're welcome to read through. It's general knowledge. But what I will ask on chapter 7 is what we've learned until now, which is all the things I've done on the whiteboard. So make sure you know how to work out present value of bonds. Okay. Make sure you're comfortable working out the present value of bonds. What we have. That's what is important. Firstly. Secondly, the other important thing is what? That table. In terms of being able to differentiate what is a premium bond, what is a discount bond, what is a par value bond. Okay? When present value equals future value, we know that's a par value bond. Okay, so that's very important, that table. Make sure you know. And again, make sure you're familiar with how to work out present values like we've done in the slides. Okay. The rest of chapter 7 is just for general knowledge. You're welcome to read through that as self-study. Okay. Now I'll start looking at chapter 8. We'll break for lunch after chapter 8. Okay. And then we'll come back and we'll start chapter 9, and then we'll also talk a little bit about the test, and then we'll see how far we got, and then, like I said, I'll let you guys know earlier today in preparation for the test. Okay, so chapter 8, we start looking at share valuations. Okay, so what's important in this chapter? Looking at the JSE functions, describe the features of ordinary and preference shares, looking at expected future dividends. Remember, guys, chapter 8 is not, this won't be in the test at all. So chapter 8 is not in the test. For example, it doesn't mean you don't have to listen. Okay. So look at expected future dividends, look at the dividend valuation model, also called the dividend growth model, look at free cash flow, etc. So also out of chapter 8, I can summarize one very important example which we do later on. And if you know that example, you can make sure you can tick on chapter 8. So just a quick recap. Shareholders, the owners of the company, they control it. They provide equity capital, they raise money for the business, and obviously they therefore have a share of the business, they get paid for the business, etc. Ordinary shareholders are the owners of the firm, however, they have no special preference in dividends or insolvency. Sometimes you get difference between ordinary shareholders and preference shareholders. As you are well familiar with, the shareholders will elect the board of directors, and they elect the director-elect management to perform the day-to-day management activities, and you know also now, in terms of this, what happens when you get to the 86 period, 86 we'll discuss that, right, and how to mitigate that. Okay, directors are elected each year at the annual general meeting, one share, one vote, more shares, more votes, etc. Proxies are granted authority by shareholders to another one to act on his or her behalf and vote in the gallery. As mentioned already, shares are proportionally in terms of your dividends paid, and they're based on number of shares. So obviously, the more shares you own, the more you're giving your dividends payout. This is just theory, guys. Make sure you do read this. I can always ask you one more question pertaining to some theory or calculations at this stage. The dividends are paid. It's a return on capital to shareholders, directly and indirectly contributed to the company by shareholders. Remember, we spoke about dividends and dividend payout ratios previously. The payment either in cash or in shares. Remember, it's not a fixed annual payment or fixed monthly payment. The company has the discretion to declare a dividend when they feel they're in a position to declare a dividend. And they've done well. And they can reward the shareholders in the form of dividend. And we know that dividend is taxed, unfortunately, as well. So what we learned, remember in chapter 4, the example, you can either pay the dividends, if you don't pay the dividends, you can take that money that you weren't going to pay and you can plow it back into your retained profits. So remember, once you've got that net profit after tax, you can either pay a certain percentage, the dividend payout ratio, as dividends, and then the balance will go into retained profit. You can invest it back into retained profit. Or you can decide we're not going to pay any dividends, we'll put the full amount of our profit into our retained profit. Okay. That's the discretion of the shareholder. So ordinary dividends, unless directors declare a dividend, it's not a liability. The company can't become bankrupt because of non-payment of dividends. But also very important to remember, guys, if a company is going to go bankrupt, your shareholders get paid last. What I'm saying is, after you've paid your tax man, SARS, you've declared a profit, and your company's going to bank, you have to make sure you settle all your creditors first. Only once you settle all your debts, you settle your creditors, they're going to owe money to. Only then, if there's still money available, only then can you declare a dividend. Okay. You can't pay dividends before paying your suppliers, your creditors, or anyone that you owe money. And they're very important. The dividend payment is not regarded as an expense, not tax deductible, paid out only after tax profits. And in the case, like I said, the company is going bankrupt, going under, they can only still pay out the shareholders if they pay tax and they've settled all their debt. Suppliers, the payments. Only then there's money left over in that touched on this yesterday, really, we have a dividend tax, 15%. Used to be called the SEC, the statutory tax on companies. It's now called dividend tax at 15% paid on dividends. Dividend tax also what we call referred to as withholding tax. The company declares dividend and will withhold 15% of total dividend on behalf of shareholders paid over stock. Okay. Always interesting. I've worked, as mentioned, I worked for Dimension Data, specifically a subsidiary of them called Brighthouse. They were basically the application side of Brighthouse, and we did a lot of work in the Middle East, Far East, and Africa. And working with African countries is interesting. So we had Zimbabwe, Mozambique, etc. And always when we used to invoice our customers in those African countries, they would then pay us minus a withholding tax. So if I invoice for R1 million, they would minus, every country was different, some were 7%, some were 10%. That government would minus a withholding tax every time. So I thought I'd be smart. So whenever I would just add it before then, I wouldn't tell them. Then you're going to minus withholding tax every time. So I'm just going to add that 7% or that 10% onto my invoice. So therefore, if they withhold it every time, I still get my money back. Okay. So yeah, a lot of the African countries would always take a withholding tax before they pay me. Okay. Then we get to preference shares. Exactly what the word preference says. As a preference shareholder, you have certain rights that an ordinary shareholder does not. In a nutshell, what a preference shareholder would be. Okay, so again, we know preference shares exactly like ordinary shares is a form of equity. Also, shares bearing a fixed annual rate of dividend, but you get priority over ordinary shares. Okay, priority over ordinary shares is your dividend payment, and preference shares are before ordinary shareholders. Okay. The different types of preference shares you get a cumulative versus a non-cumulative type of preference share. And a decision not to pay dividends may arise because of long-term financial planning, as mentioned, and has to pay dividends. A cumulative preference shares, if dividends are not paid in a particular year, the dividends will be carried forward as more years. So they where accumulated in the past preference dividends and currently as preference dividends must be paid for dividends. Okay. Just like I said with dividends on the previous two slides, dividends is not seen as an expense. Preference shares also not seen as debt. So yes, you pay your preference dividends, you pay a dividend to your shareholders, but it's not regarded as a debt like you owe the bank money. Not regarded as a debt. You can directors defer preference dividends indefinitely. Ordinary shareholders will also forego the dividends because the preference shareholders pay preference. Preference shareholders also grant the voting rights if dividends are arrears. Preference shareholders receive no interest on your accumulated dividends. Companies have incentive to delay paying preference dividends and corporate control. So, guys, just reiterating, these are just my clear point of view. Make sure you read through this. The forms of preference shares, you get participating preference shares, convertible preference shares, as well as redeemable preference shares. The participating preference shares are fixed dividend rate and share in remaining profits. They are normally more expensive when you buy this type of preference share or this type of share. The convertible preference shares, they can be converted into some other form of financial security. For example, you can convert your preference shares into ordinary shares. And then last, the redeemable preference shares can be redeemed at the option of the company at a specified price and then a specific date. Okay. So just make sure that you can list the different forms of preference shares, participating, convertible, and redeemable. Also, maybe just with one line or one sentence define what participating preference shares versus the convertible preference shares are. And again, I reiterate, are preference shares not really debt? Why is it not considered debt? Why do we say preference shares is not actually debt, rather a form of equity? If you think about it, if someone's a preference shareholder, they bought shares in the company, they own a specific share, they are entitled to a return. They own. They invest their own money by buying shares. Therefore, they are entitled to certain money. But then we talk about the preference shares dividends can't be deducted as an interest expense when determining your taxable income. So as a preference shareholder and you get preference dividends, you can't deduct it as a tax deductible expense. Okay. Yes. Okay, I'll switch it on. So look at the okay doesn't switch off again or because there's a problem with this aircon that you put it on 20 or whatever it is, then after this certain amount of time it comes to 50. So let's see, I put on 19 now just to put it down. Let's see how, just tell me if you do feel it or not. Okay, tax purposes, preference dividends received are treated the same as ordinary dividends. They pay after you've paid your tax and you declare profit. Okay, so preference shares are not deducted from income in computing your corporate taxes. That's a disadvantage, but preference dividends received are exempt from corporate tax. That's the advantage. So why do we issue preference shares? Well, we avoid insolvency. It has a certain tax benefit. Risk of the company is lower than raising with debt. Always a question we raise. We finance our business more through equity or more through debt. Generally speaking, we get to that. We talk about it in relation to capital called cost of capital. That's the cost of raising money, either cost of raising money through debt or cost of raising money through equity. Then we can work out exactly in terms of. Okay. Generally speaking, it's more risky when raising money through debt. Here's an example. Suppose you're thinking of purchasing shares. You're expecting to pay 300 cents per 1 year and you believe you can sell the shares for 2,400 cents. If you require a return of 20% on investments an equivalent risk level, what is the maximum price you'd be willing to pay for this share now? Okay, so read one more time before we look at the formula. Right. Purchasing shares, you expect to pay 300 cents. Dividend in 1 year, you believe that you can sell the share at 2,400 cents at that time. You want a 20% rate of return, required rate of return on your investment. What is the maximum price you'd be willing to pay for the share now? Okay, that's what it is. Formula. This is a very important formula, guys. So make sure you write this down while I clean the whiteboard. Okay, everyone's written that down. So P1 was P1 divided by 1 plus R. Okay, let me explain to you. Firstly, the P stands for price, in other words, share price. Okay, P stands for price, aka share price. And the D stands for dividend. Okay, this is very important, so I want you to write this down. So the P is share price, D stands for dividend. When I talk about a 1 and a 1, okay, so then you see I've got P1. P1 is what I call my expected share price. So in the future. If I give you P0, that's my current share price now. Okay, that's what I mean when I've got ones there, the P1. When I say P1, my expected share price in a year's time. That's what's P1. The P2, expected share price in 2 years' time, etc. Okay. Where if I had P0 like this, that is my current share price. Same with the dividend. If I had, for example, D0, that would be my current dividend. But D1 is my expected dividend in a year's time. In other words, in the future. Everyone got that? So that's important. Okay? So now you already know what those are. 1 stage 1. R, again, you've seen that before. R is your required rate of return. In other words, your I. Some texts would use I instead of R in the formula. So I or R, in other words, your interest rate. Everyone got that? Okay, so if you look back at this now, you expect to pay 300 cents dividend in 1 year. So you know that 300 cents is D1, right? And you believe that you can sell the share for 2,400 cents at that time. So what's the 2,400 cents? What's the P1? Everyone happy with that? Okay? The 20% is your R. That's your interest rate. The required rate of return, you want a 20% return. That's your R. Okay, there you already got. Guys, remember what I said yesterday? Sorry, do you read it again? Always convert the cents to rands. To me, it's easier. You don't have to, but I find it a lot easier if I work with rands. So I always convert the 300 cents divided by 100 and 2,400 cents divided by 100, and we work with rands. It's a lot easier than working with cents. That's why we got to 24 and 3. Okay. So 24 plus 3 divided by 1. And again, also, your required rate of return is 20%. Working decimal. 20% is 0.2. Much easier to work in decimals than to work. And you're going to convert your final answer. Your present value of expected future cash flows is then the 22 and 50. Then I'm saying when P1 is your share price at the end of the year 1 in the future, D1 is your dividend in the future in year 1, after year 1, sorry, and R is your required return. You can also do it with your calculator. So you know already, calculator, you expect to pay 3 Rand dividend 1 year, and you believe that your share can sell for 24 Rand at that time. So your future value is 27 Rand, 24 plus the fee. The I says 20, you're in for 1 year. Compute your present value, 22 Rand. So you're welcome to use your calculator. I tend to use the formula when it comes to it. This is how I've been taught. Okay. If you do 1 year, what happens if we talk about more than 1 year? Okay, so you find the price of shares is really just the present value of all the expected future dividends. Now we look at multiple periods. This is where we get to the future dividend growth. So there are 3 cases we want to determine the value of the share, making assumptions about the future dividends. Okay, there are 3 methods. These are very important, guys. Take note of slide 21. We have the zero growth, the constant dividend growth, and the supernormal growth. Those are the 3 different methods. There's zero growth, supernormal growth, and the constant dividend growth. The zero growth, the firm will pay a constant dividend forever, in perpetuity. Okay? Pay the same dividend forever. The constant dividend growth, the firm will increase the dividend by a constant percent every period. So it will be 8% growth every year, it will be 8% year 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. So the constant growth. The second one, the constant growth, is also known as what I refer to as the dividend growth model. So that second one is also known as the dividend growth model. And then we have the supernormal growth, the last one, which is dividend growth is not consistent initially, but then it settles down. So what I mean by that is maybe for the first 3 years, we say growth will be 5%. But from year 3 onwards, we say it's going to be 2%. So it's fluctuates. So initially, not consistent, but then it's stabilized and then will be stable for the rest. Okay. Then we'll look at each one individually. So zero growth, number 1 there, your constant dividend. Constant dividend forever. Here's the formula, so write down, it's very important. So zero growth, the formula is P0 equals D divided by R. A very important formula to remember. P again, we know is our price, our share price. D is our constant dividend divided by R, which is our required rate of return. This is a nice, easy, simple formula to remember. The dividend is, sorry, P is dividend divided by R. Okay. Example, the zero growth. Suppose the company expects to pay R1.50 dividends every quarter and investors required rate of return 10% for quarterly compounding. What is the price of the share? In other words, what is the present value? So, what is the price of the share? We need to solve P. What is D? It's my dividend. It says it. The company expects to pay R1.50 dividend. So D is R1.50. You want happy? R is your required rate of return. It tells me it's 10%, but quarterly. So we take the 10 divided by 4. It was 10% annually, it should just be divided by 10. That's why you got that 0.1, 10% divided by 4, because it's compounding 40. That's how you get your answer 60 grams. So the zero growth one is a nice and easy one. I will also ask you the super normal growth. Okay, if you're unhappy with the zero growth, all you need to know is the formula. Share price equals dividend divided by required rate of return. I will give you the dividend, R1.50. I will give you the required rate of return, 10%. But be careful because it's compound 40, that's why we 10% divided by 4. Yeah. Okay, so just be wide awake, read carefully when I talk about compounding period, monthly, daily, etc. That's the zero growth. That's a nice easy one. Then we get to the second one, which is a constant dividend growth, also known as the dividend growth model, as I call it. There it is, dividend growth model. Yeah, the firm will increase the dividend by a constant percent every period. So 2% will be 2% every year. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. So every year, the dividend payout will increase with 2%. It will grow annually with 2%. Yes, formula number 2 for this particular dividend growth model. The price per share equals D1 divided by R minus D. Now you already know I already introduced you to what P is, what D is, what R is. There's a new one which you haven't seen yet. D. D stands for the growth rate. D stands for your growth rate. Guys, remember, you'll be lost if you don't know the formula. Actually, these aren't statistics formulas. What you do memorize. First one, very simple. Okay, so there I'm saying P0 is your current share price. P1 is your future or your expected dividend in 1 year's time. R is your required rate of return and constant growth rate. Okay. Let's have a look. You have to summarize also. Remember now, let me write on the board for you. So I write the formula now with a P0 equals your E1 divided by R minus G. Okay, you know P0 is your current share price. Okay, you know D1 is your expected future dividend of the year's time. Okay, what happens, we'll get to an example now. What happens, for example, if I give you a question and I don't give you D1, but I give you D0? So the question will tell you, I'll give you the current dividend is X. So your formula you need D1, not D0. The current dividend is D1, right? That's not going to help you. So that is the case. If I don't give you the expected dividend, the D1, I have to give you the current dividend. I have to. Or you can't solve it. Okay, that's fine. So if I give you the current dividend, you can easily convert the current dividend to the expected dividend using the growth rate and using that formula there. The D1, effectively what this says, D1, your expected future dividend is your current dividend plus the growth rate. Okay, so that's how I would convert my current dividend to my expected future dividend. So effectively, to take your current dividend plus the growth rate. Yeah, we'll look at an example. We'll put this into practice. Suppose Big D Incorporated just paid a dividend of 55 cents. So what is that? D1, D0. Just paid a dividend. What's that? That's D0. Just paid a dividend. In other words, now. Okay? It is expected to increase its dividend by 2% per year. What's that 2%? What's the 2%? Oh, no. What's the 2% expected to increase dividend by 2% per year? Right. G. If the market requires a rate of return, there's your R of 15%. How much should the share be selling for? Okay, so let's write down what we've got. Remember, this is the formula. We need to solve that. So if I plot it into the formula over here, E0, I don't know. E1, I don't know. Divided by R, I do know R is 0.15 minus G, which is. So I've got everything except I don't have D1 because I have D0, which is 55. You agree? But I need D1. You want to agree? So I need to convert D0 into D1, and then once I've done that, I can slot that into my formula and I can solve. Okay, how do I do that? I do it here. So D0, 55, 1 plus G, which is 0.02, right? Then solve. D1. There it is at the bottom. So work it out. Everyone got 0.56. You now put 0.56 there. Let's make that 0.56. Let's solve it. One. Round it. You're getting 432. Guys, it's effectively 2 calculations in 1 year. The formula is that, but you need to solve for D1 first, because I'm not giving you D1. I'm giving you just pay the 55 cents, I'm giving you D0. So you know the formula for D1 is this. D1 is D0 times 1 plus G. D0 is 55 cents, given. 1 stays 1. G is 2%, remember, convert to decimal. 1 plus 0.2. So 1.02 times 0.55 is 0.56. You take the 0.56 and now replace it D1. And you solve the rest. You should get to 431, 432. Yeah, everyone happy with that? Normally, as the slide says, share prices that are less than 10 Rand, we call them penny stocks. So if it's less than 10 Rand, 4 Rand, we normally call this penny stocks. Okay, so everyone may be happy to get 4 Rand 32. Right? Okay. So make sure you do it step by step. The formula is a guide, and make sure what I read what I give you, what I don't do. Yeah. So in that case, you should remember before I move on to the next slide, had I given you, I could give you the expected dividend, then you don't have to do this calculation here. I could give you the expected dividend, then you just slot it in over there. Not necessarily to do this calculation. But I more than likely will give you the current dividend, and I'll ask you to work out the expected dividend. Look at this one. The Stability Company has just paid a dividend of 3 Rand 50 per share. What is that? 3 Rand 50. Now, currently, D0. The dividend grows at a steady rate 8%. What's that? That's G, that's your growth. G, 8% G. Based on this information, what will the dividend be in 5 years? Okay. What will the dividend be in 5 years? Okay. So now, they give me D0. D0 is, you agree? Okay? And they give me G, which is 8%. Okay, so remember using this formula now, remember I'm not asking you for the share price now, like I did in the previous question. I'm asking you what is your dividend in 5 years' time. So again, I use that formula where it's D5 equals D0 times 1 plus G to the power of 5. Why to the power of 5? Because I want to know what it is in 5 years' time. That one, I only wanted to know what the dividend was in a year's time. So in actual fact, it is a to the power of 1 year, but you don't do that, remember? So this is what you're for. I want to know what was my dividend going to be in 5 years' time. Okay, as you can see on the slide. So therefore, you got your 3 Rand 50 times 1 plus 0.08, so 1.08, to the power of 5. That would be an answer of 5 Rand 14. That's an illustration of how you can work out a future dividend in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, 100 years' time. So whatever I ask you, yeah, I'm saying 5 years to the power of 5. If I said in 1 year, it's to the power of 1, but you don't have to do it. The power of 1 stays the same. If it's 10 years, be the power of 10. If it's 15 years, power of 15. That's the only thing that changes. And that obviously if you want 15 years, D15. I want D100. So D100 equals D0 times 1 plus G to the power of 100. Yeah. It just illustrates how you can convert a current dividend to a dividend in 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, whatever the case is. Okay, so far, are you comfortable firstly with the zero growth one? That was the first one we did. What's the formula? Zero growth. Growth is down. It's down. Zero growth, what is the formula? D divided by R. Okay, it was zero growth. The second one, which is this one, the dividend growth model, what is the formula? D0 is D1 divided by R minus G. And if I don't give you D1, you can solve it through that. Okay, so effectively, this one has two equations. One equation, but you would need to do this first and insert the answer there to solve the answer. Okay, so we're happy with that. Now we're going to move on to the third and last one. Okay, let's get to it. Here it is, yeah. We call it the non-constant growth, or supernormal. What is important for the test? Yeah. Not tomorrow's test. My piece. Not tomorrow's test, don't worry. I don't have a heart attack. For the exam, definitely. Very important for the exam, but not for tomorrow. Not for the test. Okay, so now we're looking at let's look at the non-constant growth, what we call the supernormal growth. That's the third and final one. This is just an illustration. Here we talk about, remember what I said with the supernormal, the non-constant growth. We can have a fixed growth, maybe for a set number of years, 2 to 3 years, and then it's going to change. Here we're saying in the first 3 years, we can have a growth rate of 0.3. But after year 3, so after 3 years, we can have a growth rate of 0.1. So you can see we have 2 growth rates now. 0.3 for the first 3 years, and then 0.1 after 3 years. Dividends just paid, D0, 5, and your required return, I or R, is your 0.2. So this just shows you now quickly in terms of illustration. So for the first 3 years, we set a growth rate of 30%. Here it is, yeah, a high growth rate of 30% for 3 years. Then after 3 years, it's going to go down to 10%, 0.1, which is 10%. Okay, and I'll show you now how to do all these calculations. So that's just a nutshell. In a nutshell, that's what supernormal is. We have 2 growth rates. An initial one, and then a more constant one after a certain period. Okay. So the supernormal growth or the large constant growth is a lengthy process, but you'll see as you practice it, it's not that difficult. There are a number of steps. So make sure you write this down. I want to see everyone writing this down. Step 1. Step 1, it says you've got to calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. Calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. Now, as you can see, you should be familiar with this formula. Isn't this the one we just did? We've done that now. We know that, right? That looks familiar. So step 1, write that down. Calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. Let's go back to the question. We know that the supernormal growth period was the first 3 years at 30%. Right? Okay, So year 1, what is my dividend? What is my D0? 5. What is my 1 says 1 plus my growth rate, which is? What's my growth rate? Right? 30%. I'm busy in the supernormal, busy in the first 3 years only. Yeah? Calculate dividends during the supernormal growth period. You should have written it down. Supernormal, that's the first 3 years. Okay? So work that out. $6.5, D1. Okay? Now work out D2 for me. Work out D2 for me. So for D2 equals D1 now, do you agree? The D1 is 650. That's 650, which you already worked out, times 1.3. You should get to 8.45. Right? Then D3 equals D2 times 1 plus G. Now you know D2 is 8.45 times 1.3, you should get to 10.99. So there's D1, D2, and D3. You work out your expected dividends in the first 3 years. We said supernormal growth period. Here is it. Slide. So my handwriting is always best. There you can see D1. You can solve because you have D0, which is your 5 times the 1.3, 6.5. So that's D1. Then you use D1 and you slot it into your next formula to solve for D2. Get 8.45. Use that, which is D2, you slot into your formula to get D3, 10.99. You're happy with that? Okay, you must understand step 1 before we move on to step 2. So step 1, remember guys, these steps are exactly the same always. Step 1 is always calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. The supernormal growth period tells us there, the first 3 years, it's supernormal, 30%, that's high, right? 30%. After 3 years, it's going to go down only to 10%. That's supernormal growth. Okay. So step 1, calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. In this particular case, supernormal growth is 3 years at 30%. And I give you your current dividend with D0. You're happy with that? Yes. Yes. That's why you super. That's why it's called super normal, because that's first 3 years you're getting a growth rate of 30%, that's high. Then after you're only getting a growth rate of 10%. Okay, that's why it's a super normal growth rate. It's only for a limited time, maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. In this case, 3 years. And then it will change. And it'll go 10% and remain constant until we have 10%. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys, that's step 1. Let's move on now to step 2. Step 2 now says, write it down. Calculate the present value of the dividends during the supernormal growth period. Now we've done that in the previous example. So the first step is calculating the expected dividends during the supernormal growth period. We're now going to calculate the present value of those dividends during the supernormal growth period. We're going to calculate the present value of those dividends. Now we're going to calculate the present value of those dividends that you just worked out in step 1 during the supernormal growth period. Okay, how do we do that? Okay, so we need to calculate present value. That's what we got our financial calculators for. Future value we know. We know that after year 1, I've worked it out. We know that after year 1, my expected dividend is going to be R6.50. Agree? That's my future value. And we're talking in that one, N is 1, because it's after my expected dividend after 1 year. That's why N is 1. Your I is 20, because that comes from required rate of return 20%, given. I is 20. Compute present value, 5.42. The second one, for year 2, you know, the future value was the 8.45. N becomes 2. Why? Because you're in the second year. I stays 20. Compute present value, you get your answer. And lastly, for the third year, your future value is at 10.99 after 3 years. Where is that? N is 3 because you're in your third year. And I stays 20. Compute present value, you get 636. And then you would add all these together. That. Okay, so quickly recap again. Step 1 was calculate the expected dividends during the supernormal growth rate over the 3 years. We told you the supernormal growth rate is 3 years. We did that. We now in step 2 have to work out the present value of those expected dividends for year 1, year 2, year 3. So you calculated your future value, R6.50, you already calculated, it is there. 650, 845, 1099. That becomes your future value in year 1, so N is 1. 20 is I, that stays fixed. I give it to you, compute present value. For the second year, your future value was 8.45. N becomes 2. I becomes 20, compute present value. And for the last one, the third year of that supernormal 3-year period, your future value was the 1099 that you worked out after 3 years. Your N becomes 3 because you're in the third year. Your I stays 20, compute present value. Okay, and you get to that answer. Okay, let's now go on to step 3. Yeah, now it says determine the value of all the constant dividends which will occur after the supernormal growth. So basically, exactly like step 1, where we calculated the future dividends, or the expected dividends during the supernormal growth rate, we now need to calculate those dividends for the constant period. In other words, from year, from year 1 year. How long is the supernormal growth period? 3 years. 3 years. So therefore the constant period will be from what year? Third year, fourth year. The supernormal is for 3 years. So the constant will come from year 4. Yeah, you with me? And let's give you another example. What happens if the supernormal was 7 years? The constant will be from 8. From year 8 after the years. From year 8, in other words. From year 8 onwards. Okay. So that's what step 3 is working out. Working out those future dividends for the period after the constant period, which is after the 3 years. Okay. So therefore, again, we use the same formula, so it's not a new formula at all. You're familiar with it now. There it is there. One, our share price is equals G4, remember from year 4, divided by R minus G. Okay. Write it over here. Write down the formula. So P3 equals E4 divided by R minus G. Okay. Now, we don't have E4, do we? We got D1, we got D2, we got D3. We don't have D4. And we need D4 to work it out. But we can work out D4 because we've got D3. Let's quickly look over here. D4 equals D3 times 1 plus G. You got D3, there it is there. You've got 1, you've got G. Okay, let's write it down. So D3 is 10.99 times 1 plus what's G? What's G? Right, that I'm going to say G is that one now. Remember, we're doing the after the supernormal. We're looking at the new one, which is after 3 years. One. That's what G now becomes. Remember, your G was the 30%, but now the 1%. Okay? That information is given to you. Okay, and you can solve for it. There it is at the bottom, 12.09. That is your D4. Now you can take that 12.09 and put it into the formula. It worked out 12.09, there it is there, D4 12.09, divided by R, where's R? The required rate of return, so back to it to show you. Sorry, there, 20%, minus G, which is that one, minus 0.1. You get your answer. Okay, don't worry, we'll get another one we'll go through. And then we've got the last step, step 4. Step 4. Yeah, I'm saying the slide. Remember, G is 0.1 now. After that 3-year period, we're now looking at a different growth rate. I don't count step 5, because step 5 is just adding the numbers up. Step 4. Determine the present value now of the constant cash flow after the supernormal growth period. In other words, the present value that you would have calculated in step 3. So again, we've calculated my future value of 120 in step 3. There it is there. Becomes my future value. N becomes 3. Okay. So here's the question now. You're going to ask, why is N 3 when we talk after 3 years? Well, we don't know what it's going to be. It could be 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Right? So we always use N, the period of supernormal growth. Okay. So we don't know that constant growth could be for 5 years, it could be for 50 years, 50 years, we don't know. We always use N3, which is equivalent to our supernormal growth period. I say 20, that's our interest rate, and we compute present value, you get to 69.97. And in step 5 is summing your answer from step 2 plus step 4. Step 2, 17.65, your present value there, plus your present value from step 4, 69 is your 87, and that's your answer. A lot of calculations to get to that final answer. You want this in the exam because it's easy marks, because the question you'll see looks exactly like this one. I'm going to do another example right now, and you'll see exactly the same. And again, if you think you're going to walk out of class today after me going through 2 examples, you're going to wax it, no, you can't. You go home and do the same 2 questions over and over again. And only then will you be able to wax it. Let's look at another example. It's actually the same. Let's take it to. There it is here. It's also in the study guide. So the last example, guys, we break for lunch. So okay, let's work through this example. Exactly like the previous one. Now you've got your notes from step 1 to step 5. Okay, here it says your initial growth rate 30% for 3 years. Initial 3 years. That's the supernormal, right? Thereafter, the growth rate is going to drop to 7%. That, in other words, from year 4, but I don't know, it could be for 10 years, could be 100 years, I don't know. We just know after 3 years it's going to go to 7%. Whatever. R is your required rate of return, 23%. Your D0, so your current dividend is R1.50. You don't know what your current share price is. Okay. Again, this is part of the workings. You don't have to draw the timeline if you want. Okay, so according to your notes, what's step 1? Calculate the dividends during the supernormal growth period. Okay? So you need to work out D1, D2, and D3, why? Because the supernormal growth period is 3 years. You know what D0 is? D0 was? The D1 is 1 rand 50 times 1 plus G. What's G? What's G? 3%. That's 30%, 0.3. What's 7? 7 is afterwards. Okay, so then you can do. There it is. D0, 1 plus G. So D0 is 150. I give you that. Times the 1.3, you get to 1.95. That's D1. Then you've got D1 to work out D2. D2 equals D1, which there it is here. Times 1.3, and you get D2. Once you've got D2, you slot it into D3. Over there, that formula, and you can get 3.3. You want to have to do that?
Yes.
That's simple. You've now worked out your expected dividends for year 1, year 2, year 3 during the supernormal growth period at 30%. At 30% growth. Okay. Step 2, you now need to calculate the present value of those expected dividends in that 3-year supernormal period. Okay, you have to calculate the present value of those dividends. Okay. So we already got, what are these values? They are your future values. So you already got your future value there, 1.95, 2.5, or 3.3. That's where they come from. Okay? Your N is 1, so that's for the first year's dividend. For the second one is 2, because your second year dividend, and for the third one is 3 for the third year dividend. Okay? So that's where you see N 1, 2, 3. Your I stays constant. The I is the required rate of return, 23%. And you can compute present value. You sum it up and you get to 5 rand 4 cents. So this is important because when you get to step 5, you're going to take this figure. This is a very important figure when you get to step 5. Okay? What's step 3? Step 3 is calculate the dividends during the constant period. In other words, after the supernormal period. Am I right? Calculate the dividends during the constant period, which is from here. In this example, remember, not always going to be year 4, it depends on the example, obviously. These two happen to be 3 years of supernormal. Supernormal could be 5 years, so then it would be from year 6. So just pay special attention to that. So yes, you have to determine the value of the dividends for after the supernormal period, in the constant period. Okay. We'll go back here now. The constant period. So now we already know, in other words, we need to work out what D4 is. What's that? D3 times 1 plus G. I don't know what D4. I know what D3 was. D3 was? There. Times 1 plus what is G? Now after the supernormal? 107. Okay, solve for that. There it is there. 3.53. So D4, 3.53. Okay? But now I slot that 3.53 into my formula. From here, 3.53 divided by R, which is your 23% minus your growth rate of 7%, you get 22 rand 6 cents. That's step 3. Okay? And step 4, determine the present value of all those constant cash flows during the non-supernormal growth period. Okay? So already got your future value, the 22 rand 6 cents from there, from step 3, your future value. You got I is 23 because that's your required return. Why is N 3? Remember I said N becomes the same as what your supernormal period is. Because we don't know, it's for forever. So we work it out on the same as your supernormal period, which is 3 years. So the supernormal period is 5 years, N would have been 5. You compute your present value, and then the last step is you take that figure and you add the figures from step 2. Get your final answer. There it is there. Step 2 and step 4 add each other together. And you get your answer 1689. Okay. Okay guys, so the only way you're going to master that again is to make sure you go home. Okay, I know you're not going to do it tonight, you can study well. In your own time, to make sure you go through these two examples again. There's another example on Moodle. You'll see when I say another example, there's another third example, which you'll see it's basically the same. Just the numbers change, maybe the years change, maybe the growth rates change, but the example doesn't change. So if you know how to do these two examples, you'll be good to go for the exam because you will see this in the exam. Okay. Not tomorrow, the exam. Okay, guys, I think let's break for lunch. Do we agree right now? What, now 12 o'clock? 12:40? 12:40 with that. After lunch, what we'll do is we'll start with chapter 9. Chapter 9 not too long. Finish chapter 9. We'll talk a bit about the text. Okay.
Okay, I was going to ask our minister about what the line is. Then now we can go to one chapter. Can you take a shorter break so that we can go ahead?
I would like to get through chapter 10 as well. That's the thing. But I want to see how far we go. Understand? My goal is I would like to get through chapter 10 as well. So that means we go 9 and 10 to do. But it's all depending how far we go to chapter 9 as well. So I'll tell you what. Let's make it if you all agree, make it a half an hour lunch. So 12:30. Let's get back at 12:30, and let's see chapter 9. Let's see how fast it goes, and then we'll go on the text. So half an hour, half past 12. Are you registered? Yeah. Then you definitely will go. Okay. So check your emails first. That's why I email because I know some people are registered and they contact Google, blah, blah, blah. So I email it. So let me know, please. Once you see, it shows you how to do it. Otherwise, write down your email address here. Resend it to Correct? Yes, no. Yeah, don't worry about it. I know. The reason you mark that is because you can make it. Don't worry about It's not a problem. Okay, I'll email you now. Okay. I'll reach out. Okay, then we'll do the slide. It shows you how to do it. You can still start the content. It's exactly the same question.
And then you do it's like ella con el
Estamos creyendo en la presencia humana. You know, the thing was,
Today to try and find a solution to the entire refugee crisis at the same time.
Hey guys, let's get started. Okay, guys. Sorry. The plan is to work through chapters 9 and 10. Then I will talk about the test, and then you guys will explore the data so you can prepare for tomorrow's test. So the goal is to get out of here at 2:30. Okay, now just after 12, so let's work. So we'll finish off at 2:30. You can go home at 2:30 today. So chapter 9 and 10, and then talk about the test, and then you're out of here. And I'll see you tomorrow for the test. Okay, so chapter 9 and 10. This is what we call capital budgeting. So remember those 3 central financial questions: long-term financial planning, also called capital budgeting. My personal favorite of finance, and that's what chapter 9 and 10 is about. Really capital budgeting. We talk about net present value and other investment criteria. Okay, so this guy is very important topic. Chapter 9 and 10 is very important. It's probably the most important chapters for the course. Not for tomorrow, of course, but definitely for the exam, without a doubt. Okay, so the nutshell of capital budget is we want to work at what we call net present value, IRR, internal rate of return. Yeah, we're saying there, can't you interpret the net present value and understand why it's the best decision criteria? Looking at accounting rates of return, internal rate of return, etc. You recall from earlier chapters I mentioned investment in long-term assets. That's what we're talking about, long-term financial planning. So when considering new capital investments, firm has some options available. Some of these options available, some are not. Like I said, for example, if VW down the road, they don't one day wake up and say we're going to build a new plant. It's going to cost us X 10 billion rand. No, they would have done an extensive capital budget exercise to actually work out their net present value, work out the internal rate of return. Because the capital budget exercise will actually inform your decision whether you said yes, it's a good idea to invest in a new plant. No, it's not a good idea. Based on your net present value, we'll actually tell you that. Like I said as well, your capital budget is only as good as the information you put into it. If your figures are completely inaccurate, it's going to impact the legitimacy, accuracy of your capital budget. It's very important to make sure that everything is as accurate as possible. So you Massmart said they'll open 13 stores in 2016. despite tough economic trading conditions caused by high inflation and low economic growth, Massmart CEO sold invested that the new stores are in addition to 7 stores that opened since 2015, most reporting very strong sales. We estimate that our stores opened in South Africa since January 2015 have contributed 1,300 permanent, 5,000 indirect jobs. Okay, so here again, it speaks to a capital budget to open new stores. As an example, yes, at a university, more students need more support. That comes with a hefty cost. It's a long-term investment in buildings, infrastructure. The university would have also done a comprehensive capital budget. We would have all the fashion for all the outflows. It's going to be feasible. The reason why it's so important to carefully select capital budgeting opportunities: long-term, set up a new factory, store, long-term, high cost involved. Obviously, there's always a high cost involved, like the plant in BW. That comes with a massive cost. Therefore, we need to work out, are we definitely going to receive a return on our investment? So there's always big, high costs. Loss of flexibility, the production capacity, marketing mix becomes fixed for lengthy periods of time. It's costly to develop a new product or to produce to market in a new market as well. Good capital budgeting efforts affects your product mix and sales, lower net profits, lower dividends per share, lower share price, and that's a decline in shareholder wealth, which you know is very, very important. The capital is not only important for companies, but the growth of the African national economy. So it's important. We want lots of companies to conduct capital budgeting exercises and grow their businesses, because if their business grows, it comes with it, like the other slide showed, jobs. That's what we need so badly, exactly. We need to create more specifically sustainable jobs. Okay, so there are 6 very important investment criteria or techniques to analyze capital investment. Make sure you know this. 6 important criteria or techniques that we use to analyze capital investment. Number 1, right on the top, and the most important, the best and most accurate way, what we call net present value. NPV for short. Very important. That's a methodology used to evaluate whether to go ahead with the capital project or not. We also get the payback rule, the discounted payback rule. Both of those are also important. Discounted one is more important. Why? Because the discounted payback rule takes time value of money into consideration. So I'll explain that when we get there. You also get average accounting return. That's something they use in the US more so than they use here. I won't go through that with you. In the United States, they use it what we call the average accounting rate of return. We use the IRR, the internal rate of return. That's the one we use. Profitability index, also don't worry about that. So what I'm focusing on here for sure, net present value, the payback periods, the internal rate of return. Those are the ones we're going to focus on. So firstly, we have to compute and interpret the net present value and understand why it's the best decision, why it's the best criteria or technique to use. So we know the goal of finance is to create shareholder wealth, right? The NPV, the net present value criteria, shows financial managers how much value a project creates for their shareholders. So based on what you're calculating, you can determine exactly how much value this creates for shareholders. Okay, there's a nice formula, but don't worry about that. I'll show you without using that formula. So net present value is the difference between investment's market value and what it's called its initial cost outlay. So what we're saying is we're looking at a project. This particular project, you open up a new plant or a new store, it's going to generate cash inflows, right? And it's going to generate cash outflows. And that difference is basically what we call net present value. That's why if we have a positive net present value, if we get an answer and a positive rand value, you can, the general rule of thumb is you can accept the project and go ahead. You will make money. General rule of thumb. If the answer you get is negative, you will stay away from the project. Okay. So the general rule of thumb is you get a positive answer, positive figure, you accept the project. If it's a negative figure, you will reject the project. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying. A project is acceptable if its net present value is positive. Not acceptable if it's negative. Obviously, the greater the number, the better it would be eligible. Generally speaking, if it's positive, you can go ahead and accept the quote. What we're saying is positive, all your future cash inflows are greater than your cash outflow. As mentioned, the net present value of all the criteria that I showed you, the net present value is the best method for you. Net present value is the best method for you. Other investment criteria such as your payback periods, your accounting rate of return, your internal rate of return, they are flawed in some way. Whereas the net present value does not have any serious flaws as the preferred rule. The net present value is the best, it doesn't have serious flaws like some of the other factors. Specifically, net present value considers time value of money and risk. That's so important. Where other don't factor in risk, time value of money. Yes, guys, remember this. Nobody's taking notes. Net present value of the criteria, all the investment criteria, that's the best one. It has no serious flaws. It takes time value of money and risk into consideration. Where the others do not. So it is the preferred method. Okay. Let's look at our first example. Here we go two. Project A, Project B. 3-year period. What I'm saying here, I'm saying in Project A and Project B, future cash flows should be discounted at 4% to reflect the riskiness associated with this project. Calculate the net present values of both projects, indicate the relevant equation, or calculate inputs and which of the projects are acceptable. So based on the answers, which one will you go with? Which is the better project? Project A, Project B? That's what we want to know. Okay. So I did introduce you when we started off this morning to that example where we did on our calculator where we did those cash flows. Remember that? And that's where we get to cash flow. So let's look at Project A first and foremost. Look at Project A. Here we got Project A. Okay, and it's generating cash flows 34.5, 29, 40, and 27,000. So remember, we have to enter those cash flows in our calculator now. Okay. So for period 0, we have 84,500. Negative, huh? Is it negative? For period 1, 29,000. Period 2, 40,000. Period 3, 27,000. So you enter 84,000 and a half, 84,500 negative, enter. 29,000, enter. 40,000, enter. Enter. Same time. So you got 84,500 negative, we press enter. Then we enter 29,000, enter. 40,000, enter. 27,000, enter. Okay, we then press second function, CFI, cash flow. Then your calculator will say rate I/Y. What is your interest rate? Your discount rate is? So you press 4 and you press enter. You press 4 and you press enter. Okay, then you press the down arrow key. And you press, and then your calculator will say then net present value, and you press compute. You get 4369.77. 4369.77. There we go. So there my slides are showing you what I just showed you on the board. So I am showing you exactly the feature. And once again, guys, to reiterate, when you do the test or exam, you write down your keystrokes, just like I've done there, exactly that. Write down your keystrokes. Show me, in case your final answer is wrong, I can still see, oh, but you're there, you're right, right. Okay, guys, the HP calculator, there's no enter. Like I said earlier, you press cash flow. Okay, so you press 84,500 negative, and you press CF. Okay, now, on your periods, we're talking 3 years, right? 3 end. It's 4i, 4i. Okay. Okay, guys, so to reiterate, for those of you that don't have the sharp calculator and you have the HP, you don't have the enter button like this, you would literally press 85,500 CF, 29,000 CF, 40,000 CF, 27,000 CF. Then you'll press 3N because it's 3 years. And then you'll press 4I, compute, or second function, in PDB. Okay, those of you that HP calculator, make sure you got it. Okay. Guys, like you're writing down the wrong keystrokes. Guys, like I said yesterday, let's pay attention. What did I say yesterday? I said my slides are based on the sharp calculator. That's what I said. So if you have the HP calculator, that's not it. That's why I'm telling you now what the HP calculator strokes are. So, HP. Remember, guys, it's up to you. If you come with the course is designed for sharp calculator, you're welcome to use the HP calculator, like I'm going to show you right now. But it's also up to you to familiarize yourself with the HP calculator. I can't know every single calculator there is. So anyway, for the HP calculator, so you'll press 84,500 CF, 29,000 CF, 40,000 CF, 27,000 CF. We've now entered all your cash flows. We then press how many years are we talking? 3 years. You press 3N. What's our interest rate or discount rate? 4I. Second function or the gold button on your HP calculator, the gold one, and you put your gold. Net present value. And you'll get that answer. That's the HP calculator way. There you can see the difference. Slides are designed to a sharp calculator. I can't show every single one, else we'll never get through the course. Okay, so make sure you get to that 436,977. Okay, now do for project. Practice on project B. What is the net present value for project B? Then you've got both the sharp and the HP calculator in the steps. Make sure you get project A and B. B with the HP calculator. If you follow my steps directly, follow that. You get the answer. Copy my steps. Copy my steps. Let's go. Have a look. Yeah, look on the board. Look on the slides. It helps. That's like I put the board. That's what copy is exactly. This is a plus minus sign. So you change your calculator. So copy my step on the slide. Yeah, what did I say now? Okay, what does it say? What's your strength? It says interest rate, right? Okay, and what did I say? Okay. What are you my preparation? I see everything. All right, what I say? Thank you. See guys? Guys, if you follow my steps identical, you'll get the answer. See? Not that difficult. Just follow the steps and then you practice it a couple of times. Make sure you familiarize yourself. Okay? You don't have to take another video. Clear your calculator. Clear your calculator. There we go. Okay, follow the steps exactly on the slides. Not following my steps exactly. Guys, when I say follow the steps exactly, I mean exactly that. What is my 84,000? It's a negative 84,000. So when I say follow it exactly, be meticulous, guys. Read carefully. It will impact your answer. Yes, bro. There we go. 29. Take a function, CFI. Okay, guys, are you all getting this? So again, this is the sharp calculator EL738X, not the 738XT. They're the same. So it's slightly different model. I don't know why they launch so many models. Okay? And here is the HP calculator. There's no enter. Cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Okay. Are you getting that answer? And for project B, did you get 2611? So you all get that answer. Good. For which project would you accept? A or B? The project A gave you 4369. Project B gave you 2611. You're going to take A? Okay, so both projects are acceptable because they both yielding positive net present value. But project A is better than project B because it has a higher net present value. 4,000 is better than 2,600. Okay. Okay, guys, before I move on, are you all getting it on? Are you happy with the calculator strokes? And again, it's just practice, so you can do it quick and fast, so you don't have to think in an exam. Okay. As I said, ARR is for the US, you won't be focusing on that. Okay. Yes, another one. Okay, use the current example to work out your, let's go back to this one, so I can show you on the slide. Okay. Okay. So you all now know how to work on the calculator, that's great, that's the best, quickest, easiest way. Okay, you can do it manually. I'm going to show you now how to do it manually because we can use it to work out payback periods. Okay, so I'm going to put my periods on the top, 2, 3. So we got here 0, 1, 2, 3. Our cash flows are 84.5 negative. We now got 29,000, 40,000, and 22,000. Okay, I'm just showing you horizontally, not vertically. So it's period 0, negative 84.5, period 1, 29,000, 40,000, 27,000. Those are my cash flows. Cash flows. Okay, what is my discount rate? 4%, right? Okay, so my discount rate under period 0 is always 1. Okay? Now I work out the textbook, and like I said, I will provide the tables in a test exam situation. I go to my present value tables. Remember I introduced you to the tables yesterday. So I find my present value table, which is on page 785. So I'm going to look for 4%. 4%. So I've got 4% at the top here. Okay, as mentioned, for 4% at period 0 is always 1. For year 1, 4% is 0.9615. 0.9615. For year 2, it's 0.9246, 0.9246. And year 3 under 4% is 0.8890. Okay. Okay, what I call these, I call this my discount factor. Yes, discount factor. So under period 0, your discount factor is always 1. But then for the rest, you're going to find in your table 4% for under year 1, 0.9615, 0.9246, and 0.8890. Okay, I now multiply this by this, this by this, this by this, this by this. Okay, so 84,500 times 1 is 84,500, still negative, of course. 29,000 times 0.9615 is 27,883.5. 30,000 times 0.9246 equals 36,984. And 27,000 times 0.8890, 24,003. Okay, those are my discount factors. So remember what I said in chapter 5, time value of money. What 1 rand buys you today won't buy you next year. Can you see that? Yeah. If you see, I'm discounting it. The 29,000 becomes 27, the 40 becomes 36, the 27 becomes 24. Progressively, because with inflation, things become more expensive, so your money buys you less. So that's what I'm doing now, I'm discounting it, put it to my table. So now, if I sum this line, so that, plus that, plus that, plus that, I'll get to my net present value. Let's check it out. So 84,500 negative, plus 27,883.5 plus 36,984 plus 24,003. My net present value. Okay, so as as you remember, you worked out the calculator, your answer was slightly different. What was it? It was 4369. I'm getting 4370. Without by rand. 100% correct. Like I said to you, the reason for the difference is rounding issue. Because on the table, I round to 4 decimal places, the calculator rounds to 9 when it does the calculation. But this is 100% correct. So I just showed you now the manual way of working out interest value. So you don't have to use a calculator like we did. You can do it like this. Fine, 100% correct. Take you maybe a little bit longer because you have to do all these exercises. Get the numbers from the table. But there's a reason I'm showing you this, and I'll tell you why. Okay, so simple in the sense that you plot your cash flows for year 1, 2, 3, compare 0. You input your discount factor that you get in your table, you multiply it, and then you sum it up and you get to your net present value. Does anyone understand that? Okay, like I said, the answer is exactly the same. Find the output of rounding. Okay. So now, why am I doing this? And why am I showing you this? Why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because one of the second criteria is what we call payback period. You saw that last slide I wanted to write down? The payback period. So what a payback period is, it tells me how long is it going to take for me to receive my investment back. So if I'm going to invest 10 million rand into a new plant, after working out all my inflows and outflows, how long is it going to take for me to get my money back? My 10 million rand back. Payback period. What is the payback period? How long am I going to say, wait, to get my money back? Okay. So how do we do that? Let's see. So as you can see on the slide here, it was 84,500 rand. So that was my initial investment, right? That's why it's negative, because it's an outflow. Okay? And this project is going to generate cash flows of 29,000 in year 1, 40,000 rand in year 2, 27 in year 3. You can see these all pluses. Just like the slide was. Go back there. All pluses. So I'm going to immediately right now, under period 0, I'm going to invest so much money. I'm going to receive X amount year 1, year 2, year 3. Okay. So how do I do my payback period? So I do it on my calculator. I enter 84,500 rand negative. You guys can do it with me. You put 84,500 rand negative in your calculator because you've invested this money. 1. But after year 1, you're going to receive 29,000. So plus 29,000 equal. Okay, so everyone should have negative 55,500. You agree? So when I see that negative in my calculator, that's a problem. I still want to recruit my money. Yeah. Let's go. So we've done year 1. Year 2, 40,000. Yeah, that's plus 40. Equal. Okay, so look at my calculator. Now you should all be negative 15.5. Okay, so I'm still in the negative. So I still haven't recruited my investment, right? You agree? Okay. So we're after year 2 now. We've done year 1, we've done year 2, we're now here by year 3. Okay, but before we do this, my calculator says negative 15.5, right? But in year 3, at the end of year 3, we're going to receive 27,000. That's too much, right? Because we're only short of 15.5 to know exactly when I'm going to receive my initial 84,500 back. So I know I'm going to receive my 84,500 back somewhere between year 2 and 3. Do you agree? Somewhere between. I want to know exactly when. I don't want to say somewhere between. I want to know exactly 2 years, 10 months. I want to know exactly where. So what I do, so therefore I don't add the 27,000 because that will be too much. So I leave my calculator as it is, negative 15.5, and I divide by the next period's amount we will receive, 27,000. Divide by 27,000 equals. You should get negative 0.57. Should get negative 0. Everyone get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry about that negative now. So, do you agree if I say you're going to receive it in 2.57 years? Remember, we said it's somewhere between 2 and 3 years. So we've already done 2 years of time, so it's 2 years. plus the 0.57. So it's 2.57 years. That's how long it will take to receive my 84,500 Rand back. 2.57 years exactly. Okay, but maybe I'll ask you, okay, convert 2.57 years into years and months. How would you do that? How would you convert 2.57 years in years and months? So it's 2 years. How many months? How many months? 7 months. How about I give you 7? How many months in a year? 4 times 0.57, 6.84. Now they're up to 7. 2 years, 7 months. So how do I convert 0.57 into months? How many months in a year? 12 times 0.57, 6.84. 7 months. Okay. I could ask you like that. So how many years and months? So you say 2 years and 7 months will take to get your 84,500 Rand back. Okay, we'll practice one again, but wait, before I... So that is, as per that slide, the payback period. Now you will recall that slide as well, there was something after it called the... Go back to the slide if you got it. Okay, done. Payback period, I just show you now. The discounted payback. The discounted, that's another one. This is also the more accurate one, as mentioned, because it takes time value of money into consideration. So the payback method which we just did, now that's not accurate, as accurate. The discounted one is much more accurate. So, the payback method focuses on this line here. Your cash flows line before your discount factor. The payback period factors in the line before your discount factor. The discounted payback period focuses on this line here. After the discount factor, the discounted payback. Why? As I explained to you, as you can see, 29 is 27, 40 is 36, 27 is 24. Gradually, with the time value of money, things are becoming more expensive. Okay. So, with that said, see if you can work out the discounted payback period. So exactly what we did, you can do it on your own. But now, you're not using these figures, because that's for your payback. I want the discounted payback. So you're using these figures. Okay, go for it. Let's see what you get. I'll also work it out. Okay. Okay, guys, you're getting 2.82 years. It was 2 years, 10 months. Okay, let's go through it. So, like I said, you enter 84,500 Rand negative in your calculator. You plus 27, 3.5 equals. You got negative 56,616, right? They're still in the negative. Let's go on. Plus the next one, plus 36,984 equals. Still in the negative, 19,632, right? Okay? But you see that in year 3, you're going to receive 24,000 Rand. That's too much. Okay? You only want to know exactly how much it's going to take to recoup your 84.5. So you now know it's going to be somewhere between year 2 and 3. Okay? So how do you do that? You keep your calculator what it is. You divide it by the next period's inflow. And you equals, and you get negative 0.82. Negative 0.82. Don't worry about the negative, who cares? So it's somewhere between 2 and 3 years, so 2.82 years. How do you convert that to months? There's 12 months in a year. 12 times 0.82 is 9.8 or something. That's 10 months, so 2 years, 10 months. So as you can see now, if you compare the two, your discounted payback period is 2 years and 10 months, where your payback was 2 years in. So your discounted payback period is always longer than your payback. It makes sense. Why? Because of time value of money. You can see 29,000 become 27, 40 become 36, 27 become 24. Exactly what we should use to chapter 5. What 1 Rand buys you today, 1 buys you tomorrow, a year, 2 years, 3 years. And show you. That's why I'm discounting it right there. Yeah, I'll tell you now. Can you see what 1 Rand buys you today? 96 cents, 92 cents, 88 cents. See? You guys understand that now? Okay. So you lost. Where you lost? Yes. Yes. 2 years stays 2 years stays 2 years, right? 0.82 is 0.82 of a year. Right? Right or not? 0.82 of a year. Not following. Remember we said you're going to pay it back somewhere. Remember you said you're going to pay attention, you're going to listen. Otherwise I can carry on. Remember we said you're going to get the money back between 2 and 3 years. Somewhere between 2 and 3 years. We want to know exactly where. Okay? You said you come to life to get to 2.82, alright? Okay? So 2 years is 2 years. So the 0.82 is 0.82 of a year, not so? How many months in a year? 12 months. So you take 0.82 times 12. That will give you 9.84 months. So round it up to 10 months. That's why it's 10 months. Okay, so that's 0.82 of a year. Okay, so that's the second one, the payback period. You guys comfortable with that? You got it at the bottom? Make sure you can get now the 2.82 years. 2.82 years. Okay. Okay, guys, so that's I've showed you now net present value of this example, and we've done the payback and the discounted payback. Okay, so it's those three. Accounting rate of return, don't worry about that. So the fourth one that you need to know is the IRR, internal rate of return. The fourth one you need to know is the IRR. Once you've worked out the net present value, the IRR is very simple on your calculator because you already inputted all the information into your calculator. Okay, so we're going to look at the same example. We did now to work out the net present values, to work out your IRR. Now we use practice again to work out net present value. Okay, guys, why I also suggest you work out we always use financial calculators because there is no definitive way to work out IRR annually. It's a trial and error formula. Okay, that's why we don't do it. So there is no definitive formula to work on IRR manually. It's a trial and error. So you're going to have to estimate figures, slot it into a formula, and hope for the best that you can get the IRR. That's why, and I'll show it's on Moodle. For those of you who got bedtime reading, you can read through that formula. That's why we use the calculator. Okay. So let's practice now. Again, let's enter the information for project A, work out net present value. The extra practice for you guys. Work out net present value again for project A, which you did earlier. So more practice. Get into my calculator as well. So I want everyone to work it out and get to net present value, then we'll take it from there. Okay, so let me know. I'll do a sharp one first into those 3 or 4 that I think the others answer. Just make sure everyone gets to the net present value for project A, which is the 4369.77. Everyone got the 4369.77? Okay, cool. So for those of you with the HP calculator, listen to me now. Okay, so now we get the net present value. So now we want to work, but that's not what I want. I want to work on the IRR. And there's a beautiful formula. We don't worry about that. So all you do now is you already inputted all the information. So all you do now, after you work out net present value, press the up arrow. Okay, press the up arrow. It will say rate I/Y, right? Press compute. It's calculating. You should get 6.73. That's your IRR. 6.73%. So have a look, it's exactly the same strokes as working out your net present value. So if you've already worked out net present value, just press the up arrow, press compute, and you get to 6.73%. It's exactly the same as working out net present value basically. Okay, so for those of you with the HP calculator, once you enter all the information and you've got your net present value, you should be able to search your net present value, right? Now you do a second cut. Now you press second function. So those of you that HP calculator, now you just press second function IRR. You should get 6.73. Yes. Ready wrong, you're ready at the deal, I'm ready to catch the fire. It's only 3 years. You see what I'm saying about reset your program? Really going to give it the wrong answer. Okay, start again. Yeah. You clear about that? Here. Yeah. There you go. See this here, and I on track. How many years? We're talking, don't look at this slide now, because never said HP up there. How many years? 3 years. 3 years. Okay, what's your required return of discount factor? Okay, guys, you get 6.73%. Okay, so you see it's the same steps as when you do the net present value. See how you can't do IRR. Okay, I'm going to say it again. Let's start. You've got to go home and go to the same question over and over. You can't get to the test exam. Go, where's my IRR button? All you do is you then have to look where the IRR button is. You know, so it's memory. You know where the IRR button is, you know where the NPV. That's how many times you need to practice before you get to the exam. Okay. Like I said, I won't, you guys are not becoming financial managers, so we don't go at more advanced types of questions. There will be more advanced than this in chapter 10, because you'll see it. There won't be more than advanced in chapter 10, what I'm saying. Okay, so make sure, okay, so before we go on, let's now work out IRR for project B. Let's go back quickly. There's project B, work out IRR. Let's see if you get IRR for project B. Should get 5.77. Go to project B quickly. Go back to that number, show you guys. There's 5.77. 5.77 project B. You guys should all get 5.77%. Happy? Okay. Make sure we can work out the net present value. Because guys, this chapter 9, you just need to make sure you can work out the net present value for a basic project like we did for A and B. We can work out the IRR for a basic project like A and B. We can work out that payback period, which we covered, and the discounted payback period. And that's what you need to know. I just want to illustrate to you guys quickly how you would have to work out IRR if you want to do it manually. There it is there. There's a formula. So it's not definitive. It's a process of elimination to work out IRR manually. That's the formula you're going to use, and you have to estimate. A lower discount rate and a higher discount rate, and you basically try and meet somewhere in the middle. Okay, so I want you to stay away from that. So what I do here is, if your discount rate, as the question states, was 4%, you're going to have to take a lower discount rate, so add something lower than 4%, so let's take 2. You have to take something higher than 4%, let's say 6%, and then you slot it into the formula. And that's how you would work it out. And you get an answer of 6.67, where the answer was 6.73, so slightly out with manual calculation. That's why we use the calculators. You have to do an exercise like that, as you can see, it's quite an example. Okay, now if you look at the IRR strengths, it's a simple way of communicating information. So, between the two projects, we had 6.73, was it? And 5.77. So obviously you want the higher one. The 6.73 is higher than 5.77, so that's the one you need to lower. Obviously it was higher because project A had the higher net present value. What's that? So just to give you an example, our discount rate for that question was 4%, right? If you worked out the net present value and your net present value answer was 0 on the dot, the IRR would equal 4%. Okay, you're not making money, you're just getting the IRR. So if your net present value was 0, your IRR would be 4%. If your net present value was a negative number, your IRR would have been less than 4%. And as soon as your net present value is a positive number, it will be more than 4%. In this case, for project A, it was 4,000 odd. That's why your net present, your IRR is 6.73%, which is greater than 4%. And for project B, the net present value was 2,500. That's why your IR was 5.77%, which is greater than 5%. But if your net present value was a negative answer, your IR would be less than 4%. You would say no, reject the project. And if your net present value was 0 on the dot, your IR would be 4% on the dot. Right. Here we have comparing NPV versus IR. So mutually exclusive consider various projects because one can only select one, independent can select more than one project. So which is best? Okay. So IR is also a very good method, but the proven method is your net present value. That is the best method to use. IR is a close second. Okay, IR is a close second. Okay, don't worry about this too much. There we go. Here's another example. So it's exactly the same as the example we did project A and project B, but it's got 5 years. That's the only difference. Let's quickly look at this. Consider the following information. Calculate the net present value and IR for 2 mutually exclusive locations. The required rate of return is 17%, same as discount factor, right? Discount rate. Which location would you recommend motivate your answer? Okay, so let's work out the net present value. Let's focus on Walmer now. Let's work out the net present value and the IRR for Walmer. Shouldn't take you long. You have to calculate, you know how to do it. Thank you 2 minutes. Like that. Yeah, that's That's the problem. You see that this is you already entered lease. So it should be saying CF lease. Understand? I don't know why. That's the problem. That's the problem saying zero. That's why Okay, guys, yeah. I'll keep that. Okay, guys, have you all got those answers? Quickly look on the slide. Okay, so you should all have the for Warner 7597073 and your IRR 53.31. Okay, let's get Newton Park as well. Practice it. Practice Newton Park as well. Use a calculator, nothing But that's the old example. Discount rate. So in this case, it's 17%. That is your discount rate or your interest rate. What are you doing now? You want to start using this exercise? Yes, steps. Okay. Okay, so do it again.
Oh, you just press it.
Okay, guys, you get an answer. Should be 579,330 and 43.07%. Did you come back? Everyone happy with that? You guys get an answer. I'll spend 2 more minutes with those useful busy working out. Any answer?
Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, so there's the answer for Newton Park, 579,330 and 43.07. So which is the better location? Which is the better location? Yeah, both are acceptable because both have greater than 0 present net present values, but Walmer is even greater than Newton Park. 53, 43, 79, 579. So both are acceptable, but Walmer is the better one. There's a higher net present value, a higher internal rate of return. Okay. Okay, guys, so that's chapter 9. Make sure you work through chapter 9 again. All the examples we did, project A, project B, Walmer, Newton Park, all those ones. Make sure you can calculate the net present value, etc. Okay. The slides also show you guys, they show you step for step what to calculate a stroke. Okay, guys, now 10 to 2, so like I said, we will finish at half past. Let's start chapter 10, see how we go, and then we'll talk about the test in 5 minutes, and then call it a day. Okay. Petro, we're getting on. Good. Okay, so chapter 10, guys, is building on chapter 9. The same thing. Capital investment decision, same thing. Just building on from what we learned in chapter 9. Okay. Let's get into it. See exactly how it's different. There you go. Okay. This is as difficult as it will get for you guys. Okay. Now we're going to break up a lot of aspects into one. And ultimately, you know, should we accept the project, yes or no, based on working out net present value? Okay. Let's look at this example, also from the textbook. Here we're getting a lot of information. Again, here we have expected sales in units, 50,000 cans. Expected sales in rand, 4 rand per can. Our variable cost, 2 rand 50. Fixed cost, 12,000 rand. The project has a 3-year lifespan. It costs 90,000 rand. The firm requires a 20% return. That's our interest rate. Tax is 10%. Assets will depreciate over 3 years, straight line. After valued assets are 0 at the end of 3 years, and change in net working capital to 20,000. Lots of information, but we'll take it step by step. So ultimately, the question asks, should we accept this project or should we reject the project? That's what we want to know. Okay, so that's where do we even start? So this question also factors in chapters we've learned previously up to now, so from chapter 1 till chapter 9. Okay. So remember what I showed you on the board, there's examples of Warmer Park, Warmer and Newton Park, etc. And project A and project B, I gave you the cash flows, remember? That's what makes this one now more difficult, is that I don't give you the cash flows. Okay? So I can ask both ways in the exam, which I probably will. I will do an easier one and I will do a more difficult one. So remember I said, for example, project A was 84,500 negative. In the year 0. Year 1 was 29,000, then 27, 50, whatever it was. Those are the cash flows I gave it to you. This question, I don't give you the cash flows. You have to work out the cash flows. But it's not difficult because you've already done it before. Chapter 2. Oh yes, revenge. Let's put some money on it. Where's my pen? Sorry. Let's put some money on it. Who says you really want to bet with me?
No.
We work out the cash flows in chapter 2. Oh, sorry. What is that? Operating cash flow. There's my cash flow. Remember, look familiar now? I hope it's familiar because it's in the test part. If you say no, then I'm very worried. You're going to have a long night. Yes, so we have worked out the cash flows. It's this formula: profit before interest and tax plus depreciation minus tax. That gives me my operating cash flow. So I'm going to have to do this in this example to get those cash flows with the other ones that I just gave it to you. With me. Okay, so now it looks familiar, right? Okay. Yes, we have to work out our operating cash flow. And you saw from that formula now. Operating cash flow is profit before interest and tax plus depreciation minus tax. So we need to find the profit before interest and tax figure, we need to find the depreciation figure, we need to find the tax figure, not so, in order to work out operating cash flow. So I must give you the information to work that out. Not so. So what we have to do is, and this goes back to chapter 4. What's chapter 4? Remember EFM? External financing needs, where we did the forecasted income statement. The forecasted balance sheet, remember that from yesterday, the Excel example? Yeah. So we're doing that now as well. So we need to work out a forecasted income statement. We need to work out a forecasted income statement. So with that income statement, we can get our profit, which we need for our OCA. Here we talk about expected sales. Forecast. What are we expecting? What do we need to forecast? Okay, so let's do our income statement. Our income statement starts with sales, not so? Okay, so what is my sales? How much? It's 50,000 cans. And how much are they each? How much are we selling for each? 4. So sales is how much? We all agree. That's what I also like to do. If you see this in the text, you got it in front of you, sorry. You've now accounted for that 50,000. Cross it out. Highlight it. Tick it off. Something. We know you've accounted for it. Okay. You accounted for that 4 rand. Cross it out. Tick it off. Highlight it. Do something. You with me? Okay. So then my sales is 200,000. We're all on the same page. Okay. What comes after sales? Cost of sales. Okay. So in this case, do we see cost of sales here? You see variable cost, which is my cost of sales. Does anyone know what a variable cost is? So, if I'm manufacturing calculators, and I sell each one at 4 rand, it costs me 2.50 rand to make the calculator. Get all the parts and whatever you name it, and labor that goes into manufacturing. Okay. So variable cost is also known as the cost of sales. Okay, and it varies in direct proportion to your sales. If your sales go up, variable costs go up. Sales go down, variable costs go down. So what is my variable? I'm going to put it there, variable cost. Yes, it is cost of sales. I'll put it in brackets. What is variable cost? How much? Right? 50,000 times 250. You agree? We're selling 50,000 cans, and therefore we're going to manufacture 50,000 cans. But we don't sell them 4 rand. They cost us 2.50. How much is that? 125. So we're happy with that. Okay. Sales minus variable cost. That is 75,000. That's what we call our contribution margin or gross margin, as you saw yesterday. So, tick that off. Done. Now we already ticked off 3 items, so it's starting to look better. We're getting somewhere at least. Okay, what else have we got there? Fixed costs. You know what a fixed cost? Something like rent is fixed regardless of you sell 5 million calculators or 2 million cans, your rent is your rent. Fixed. Doesn't change regardless of how many items you sell. You agree? Yeah, certain fixed costs like salaries. If your salary bills R1 million a month, whether you sell 1 calculator, sell 1 million calculators, still going to be R1 million. Fixed cost doesn't change. Okay, so fixed costs, let's put it here, FC for fixed cost. 12,000, right? That's a cost. Okay. So again, all done. Accounted for. Now we already got 4 things out of the way. So we're starting to look better here now, not good? Okay. Now before we go on, let's read a bit more. See if we're not missing any information that's pertinent to my income statement. The project has a 3-year lifespan and costs 90,000 rand. Okay? So the project's going to cost 90,000 rand. Okay, so that's not relevant now for our income statement. That's relevant for the capital budget. The firm required 20% return, relevant to the capital budget. Tax rate 28%, that will be relevant. We're still going to get there. Assets are depreciated over 3 years, straight line. Now we all know what depreciation is, right? Okay. Depreciation. We saw that in that example yesterday called Kwaka, the company Kwaka Limited, right? Remember? Yes. Remember we saw depreciation there. The depreciation is in your income statement, right? Yeah, so that's something we can put in here. That's right, depreciation. Yeah, but how much? How much is depreciation? Remember, we depreciate an asset. So you buy a car, say the car is 90,000 rand. Okay, and you depreciate it over 3 years. So it's the cost of the value of that asset divided by the number of years. So 90,000 divided by 3. So depreciation, let's put it here. 90,000 divided by 3 years, that's 30. The depreciation, the formula for depreciation is the cost of your asset that you're buying divided by its useful life. Sorry. Cost of the asset, if you have the project, we're going to base an asset of 90,000 rand, there's a 3-year lifespan, 3-year useful life. The cost divided by the 3 years. You're happy with that? The cost divided by the useful life. That's 30,000. Okay, cool. What are we looking at here then? 75 minus 12 minus 30. So that's 42 minus 75, that's 33. All right? Very quiet. 30 is 42, 42 off 75 is 33. Okay. Again, we can now tick off that 3-year lifespan. We counted for that, and depreciation, tick that off. We counted for that. We almost did for nothing. Okay. So we got profit before tax of 33,000 rand. Does everyone agree with me? Everyone follow me? Okay, so what now? Profit before tax. Tax, what's that? Tax is at 28%, given. So what's 28% of 53,000? Nine two 4 0. It can't be. 0.00. 9240. Net profit after tax 23,760. Everyone got that? Make sense? $33,000 before tax. Yes. There is no interest in the question. You see interest. No interest. Hey guys, remember, don't. You're learning it very well. I mean, you're remembering interest, but don't learn it so well and then think there must be interest. There must be interest. With me. Okay. Treat every case in isolation, because then if I don't put interest, I'm going to get confused like this. With me. So it's good. I see you're learning the material, but don't learn it so well. There's only interest if there's interest in the question. You with me? The question doesn't have interest, so that's why it is no. But you're not wrong. You understand? Okay. So in this particular question, there is no interest. That's why it doesn't say PBIT. Okay. That's why it's just PBT, profit before tax. There's no interest in this particular question. Okay, so once you've got your profit before tax, your 33,000, it tells you tax 28%, 33,000 pound 28% equals 9,249 tax. Tax is expense, unfortunately. Minus that also 33, you get a net profit after tax of 23,760. You're happy with that? Okay, so what looked like a very complicated question, now it's starting to look a little bit better, I think. Going to look a little bit better. Okay, so from this point, here we are there. For those on the slide, you can see it better maybe. 23,760. There you can see the slide actually refers to before interest. Now, I don't even put interest because these are interest in the question. So. Okay, you're happy with that? Now, unfortunately, this is not the answer, so we needed to work this out. Now, can we work out my operating cash flow from this? Can we work out my operating cash flow from this? Yes. My operating cash flow is profit before interest and tax. That 33,000 plus depreciation 30,000 minus tax, which is 9240. What does that equal? 33,000 plus 30,000 minus 9240. 53,760. That's my operating cash flow. That's my operating operating cash flow. 50. So all those other examples we did in chapter 9, like daily cash flows, you've now worked out the cash flow for yourself. The cash flow is going to be the 53,760. Everyone following? Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, there it is there. Work it out. Operating cash flow, PBIT plus depreciation minus tax gives you the 53,760. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now we can actually work out your net present value. Okay, one back. Okay, so we said here the project is a 3-year lifespan. 0, 1, 2, 3. Right? Correct? If you've now ticked off all these things, you'll see easily what you haven't ticked off yet, so it's nice. So what does it cost? Remember, each project that you're going to invest in has initial cost. What's the cost? 90,000, that's negative, right? And that's in period? 0, right now. Right now, always. Your cost is always in period 0. It's always an outflow because you're investing in this new plant or the new building. Okay. What are my cash flows? Operating cash flow was the 53,760 we worked out, right? Yeah. 53,760 for year 1, year 2, year 3. That's what we worked out in the previous example. Okay. So we've now accounted for everything except one. That's all of it except this one. And I haven't introduced this one here. So we've done everything except that last bullet point. So every project, when you're building a new plant, building new stores, new branches, new offices, every new project will have an investment in net working capital. You know what net working capital is now, right? What is net working capital? Current assets minus current liabilities. What are current assets? Accounts receivable, inventory, bank. Current liabilities, accounts payable. Okay, so every investment project will have an investment in net working capital. So that net working capital, and you can write this down, it's always going to be an initial outflow of the 20,000 in period 0, and then you'll be able to recoup that back in period 3. So have a look here. So net working capital is always going to be an initial outflow, negative 20,000 in period 0. You always recoup that back at the end of the project. In this case, in year 3, plus 20,000. If it was 6 years, it would be plus 20,000 in year 6. If it was 10 years, it would be plus 10 in the 10th year. So write that down. Net working capital is always an initial outflow immediately in period 0, and then you will recoup that 20,000 at the end of the project. In this case, it's 3 years. And in this case, it's 20,000 rand. It doesn't have to be 20,000 rand, of course. Now we've got our cash flows. So let's add up each one. 1920 is 110 outflow. That's 53,760, 53,760, and 73,760. There's our cash flows. Now you can work out your calculator. You've got your cash flows, here they are. Now you can enter these into your calculator to work out net present value. 110,000 outflow, then 53 year 1, 53 year 2, 73 year 3. So you enter these figures into your calculator. There it is there. These figures. Oh, yeah. You do exactly the same. Work out your net present value and your IRR. It's 48.8.52 and 27.99% for IR. Right? So remember this, if you work out this, that 20 was given. Remember the 20? Here it is. That's fine. Fine, okay. Everyone getting that answer? And the 27.99? Yes. Okay. Do we accept this project? Do we accept the project? Yes. It has a positive net present value. And because it has a positive net present value, the internal rate of return will be greater than the 20%. It's 27.99. So yes, we accept it because the net present value is greater than 0. It's positive. Because that our IR is also greater than the 20%. 20% return, we got 27.99. Okay, so you see quite a lengthy calculation to work out. But now you can see how we are using chapter 2, chapter 4, and chapter 9 to work out the answer. We're looking at operating cash flow, we're looking at income statement, etc. Okay, this is a very good example in the practice, guys. Then my slides show the very old child calculator. When I was a student back in the day, I've got that calculator still lying on. It's still the one I use it at work. The older one, but it's the older one. See how they changed the steps. I don't know why. They make it the same. You can see that's the new steps, new calculator, the old one. It's the same one. See the old Sharp EL75 is very similar to the HP calculator. Very similar to the HP steps. Okay, so guys, this is a very good example to practice over and over again for the exam. You'll definitely see a question in the exam because this takes, like I said, chapter 2, chapter 4, chapter 9, and it marries it together. That's why I will definitely ask this question because it's covering a lot of chapters. So make sure you practice this question. We'll call it a day now, but before we go, there's another practice question in this one. Don't worry about the date. There it is here. Exactly the same type of question. It's a little bit more advanced, so you're welcome to practice it. Let me know if you get stuck. I'll help you out. But it's very similar to the one we just done. Okay. And there's the solution, etc. Okay. So make sure you practice this question. But before you do that one, the second one, make sure you do this question again a couple of times. Make sure you're happy to get the answer first before you attempt this one. This one's a little bit more difficult. The one you see in the exam won't be quite like that. It will be more like the one we just did. But it's good practice. The more you have to practice, the better. Okay. So do the one we just did a couple of times first before you attempt the second one. Okay, and that's all for chapter 10. So chapter 10 just takes chapter 2, 4, and 9, puts it all together, and throws a big example like this. Okay. Also, what I want you to do before, let me go back here quickly. To this one. There we go. Although this particular question didn't ask you to do it, but yeah, you can practice for yourself now. So if I had to give you that information, now work out the interest value, work out IRR, okay, cool. Work out the payback period for me, even though I'm not asking you to do that. Work out the payback period. Let's quickly work out the payback period. Let's work out the payback period. So my initial investment is going to be 110,000 Rand. So I put 110,000 negative into my calculator. In year one, we're going to receive 53,760. So plus 53,760 equals. We're sitting with negative 56,240. You guys got that? Okay. Still negative though. In second period, we're going to receive 53. So 53 will still make it. So plus 53,760 equals. Now we're sitting negative 2,480. So we're almost there. We're still in the negative, right? So we know it's going to be somewhere between year 2 and 3. Somewhere we're going to pay back. So as you leave your calculator 2,480, you divide it by the next period's inflow, 73,760 equals 0.03. So it's 2.03 years. That is basically 2 years. So it's 0.36 of a month, rounded down to 1 month. That's actually less than a month, you see. So it's 2 years. 2 years, 0 months. So it's so close to being 2 years, I accept an answer of 2.03 or 2 years. Okay, so again, to reiterate, you took the 110,000 Rand negative in your calculator, you plus 53,000, you're still sitting negative. Plus another 53,000, you're still sitting negative, but by 2,480. So you now know you're going to pay it back somewhere between year 2 and 3. You take that 2,480, divide it by the 73,760, and you get to 0.03. Basically 2 years. That's your payback period. So it'll take you 2 years to get to 110,000 Rand back based upon these cash flows. You can practice your payback period as well in the same example, even though it's not hard to do it. Okay. Any questions relating to this? Not a lot of information, I realize that. Yeah. Short time span. Okay. Guys, that's chapter 10. So we'll call it a day there, and we'll carry on obviously tomorrow after the test. Let's quickly talk about the test before you leave. Okay, guys, so the test tomorrow is a 2-hour test. 2 hours, 60 marks, 60. Let me just switch this off. 2-hour test, 60 marks. 8:30 to 10:30, guys. Don't be late, please. We'll use this venue and another venue to split you guys. So this one you're already on top of each other. So come here. Obviously, then we'll split half of you to another venue here. So come here. The test is starts at 8:30. So you need to be here before that, please. 2 hours, 60 marks. Basically, I think if I can remember, it's 4 questions. The 5th question is multiple choice questions. So it's 4 questions. They range from between 10 to 15 marks each. Not less than 10, not more than 15. The 4 questions ranging 10 to 15 marks each. And then 15 marks, 1-5 multiple choice. So one mark each. So it'll be 15 multiple choice questions for 1 mark. So the fifth question is multiple choice, 15 marks. Okay? Remember, I don't know, some students I know like multiple choice, some students don't. Multiple choice doesn't mean that there are simple one-word answers. You still have to do calculations on the side, and then you've got a choice at least, A, B, C, D. You still have to do calculations. Doesn't mean it's just a one-word answer. You still do calculations, and then you can select the answers. Nice about multiple choice, you've got 25% chance of guessing. If you have no clue about the question, you have 25% chance of zero. So what are we looking at? Remember now, the test covers chapters 1 to 7. Let's be realistic now. So out of chapter 1 was theory, introduction. Now we spoke about agency theory. What's the agency problem? How do you fix the agency problem? What is the role of a financial manager? What are the 3 central financial management questions? Those 3. Remember those 3. What are those? Capital budgeting, capital structure, working capital management decisions. Those things. So chapter 1 is really theory. So the question you're going to see in chapter 1 is going to be theory calculation like that. Chapter 2 starts getting more important. Chapter 2 we worked out operating cash flow, which we worked out now. Remember that. Net capital spending, net working capital. From the example that pop up in the slide, guys, go practice POCA. If you know POCA, you really can't go wrong. Okay, so go practice POCA. It's in the slide and the study guide. Same question. Okay, so that's NCS operating cash flow. Then we looked at financial statements ratios. Remember the different ratios? So also we did ratios based on POCA. So again, look at POCA based on the ratios. What will also help you is if you go, like I said yesterday on Moodle, I've summarized interpretations. The ratios, remember I said that yesterday? There's a 1.5-page document summarizing. Read that. That's very important. So I can give you, for example, the current ratio of ABC Limited is 2.5 to 1. What does the current ratio of 2.5 to 1 mean? Then you can tell me, well, generally speaking, the current ratio should be 2 to 1. The normal is 2 to 1. That means maybe 2 rand. I'm sorry, for every 1 rand in liabilities, the company has 2 rand in assets. That's all. There we go. Move on. That question. Okay. So look at that document. Then the other one was chapter 4, which was the Excel spreadsheet I did on yesterday. EFN, external financing needs. Remember that? That's very important. Don't do that 10 times. Yeah. Then, in terms of chapters 5 and 6, it's all in multiple choice. So remember chapter 5 and 6 is time value of money. That you're going to see in the multiple choice format only. Okay. So what we've been doing now, work out what we've been doing since yesterday. Work out the present value. Work out the future value. Work out the end. Okay, so those things. That will be in a multiple choice format only though. But like I said, multiple choice, you still have to calculate it yourself on the side and see if your answer correlates to the 4 options I give you. Okay, so guys, that's the areas you need to focus on. If you can do that, you have no problem. And like I said, the questions that we did in class, they're going to be the same. No, it's not that important because I only covered it like But guys, between me and all of you, when I was a student, scope, there was no such thing. Scope was chapter 1 to 17. Good luck. Yeah. No, I'm being serious. I'm being 100% serious. The reason I don't like hearing scope, because if I forget, remember I said a lot of damn papers, text paper, I'm a human being. I can also forget what I put that paper, that subject, that paper. So if I say that, you guys are very quick to point fingers, open. Sure. So sorry. Now, I do have a couple of classes on lecture, you understand? I don't like that scope. You guys are quick to point fingers. Students these days. Okay, so but with that said, I'll give you enough information now in terms of the test. You know exactly what you're going to see. Read between the lines. You know exactly what you're going to see. So make sure you go home, this afternoon, tonight, before tomorrow morning, practice those questions we've done this class. You'll be comfortable if you can do those questions, guaranteed. Okay, so don't forget that one in Excel. One we did in Excel, you left early. You left early yesterday afternoon. One in Excel, guys. Okay, good luck. See you tomorrow.
Chapter 3. Yes.
Someone's been.
Business research. Yeah. I'm taking that one picture. If it's 15, yo, I'm not unusual. Hey, so I can have yo tengo so it's 10 years now.
You are the only participant in the conference.
Person.
You are the only participant in the conference.
You can't expect what is Leonardo e Caudalotti. Dico?
You are the only participant in the conference. The host has left the conference. The conference is about to end. Your call will be disconnected.